Of the Board of Supervisors. It's Tuesday, June 3rd. Let the record reflect that all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Daniels and Alejo joining us shortly. At this point, I'm going to call for any additions or corrections to closed session by County Council.
No additions or corrections.
All right, given that, we have items A through E this morning on our agenda. Is there any member of the public who wishes to pull an item from our closed session agenda for comment?
One hand raised.
We have one hand up. I think that's Mr. Schneider. We'll go ahead and give you the floor for 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Christian Schneider. I had submitted a county claim a few weeks back. It was fairly simple. It laid out clear facts with supporting documentation. In response, Intercare, in coordination with County Counsel Susan Blitch, who was both named as a party in the complaint and is also an attorney, issued a rejection letter that doesn't make sense. This isn't a misunderstanding. It's a misrepresentation by an officer of the court acting in a quasi-judicial capacity without recusal in a matter which she's directly implicated. That alone is unacceptable. She submitted a letter to me saying something was untrue, and in fact it was true. I provided you video of the exact thing that she misrepresented, and it appears it never got to the Board of Supervisors. This pattern of reframing misconduct as my fault is something I've dealt with for years. And when no one addresses it, especially when it involves statements that can be proven false, the county is effectively ratifying her conduct. I also submitted a CPRA request asking who authorized this denial, and it has gone unanswered. The county cannot maintain public trust while ignoring misconduct and allowing a conflicted attorney to speak for this board without consequence. You have the power to fix this. I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, see no other hands up at this time. We're going to recess to closed session. We'll reconvene here in chambers at 10:30. Buddy, want to thank everybody for joining us. We're going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors coming out of closed session. So with that, let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. I'm going to ask Kenya Cobos, who I think is with us on Zoom, to make the announcement of the interpreter.
Good morning, this is Kenneth Cobo, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenos días. Para las personas que gusten presentar algún comentario en español, se acerca al podio, por favor, y tendremos asistencia con interpretación. Muchas gracias.
All right, and with that, we're going to ask the County Council to lead us in the pledge this morning.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
And check with the clerk to see if we have any additions or corrections this morning.
There are none.
Seeing none, we'll go into our ceremonial resolutions and see if there's any public input on our ceremonial resolutions.
There's one hand raised. Keith Boyd.
Under Sheriff Boyd.
Chair, I was just trying to be put in as a panelist.
All
As a
right.
future item.
We'll get that done, and then I think I have a phone number.
004.
004. We'll give you the floor in 2 minutes.
Yes, Resolution 8. I
Yes.
have a comment on that.
Go ahead. Actually,
Yes,
that's an appointment. Is it about the appointment?
Oh, I thought, isn't this under resolutions?
We're on resolutions, but resolutions are items 2 through 7. Number 8 is an appointment.
Okay, I want to comment on Carl Cedric's. I don't know if
What
that's an
number?
appointment or a resolution.
6.
recognizing-
Go ahead. Yeah, that's item 6.
I see. Okay, as an MST writer for the last 25 years, I have never seen the service plummet as low as it has these last couple of years. Mr. Cedric, in my opinion, has not done a wonderful job. He has literally, in my opinion, destroyed our service as we know. I take the Carmel Valley bus. I've taken it for, as I said, 25 years, and I've watched it plummet because of transfers and inconvenience, buses not arriving on time when they should, or even at all, leaving me personally stranded on the road in the night. So if that's good service, I don't know what bad service is. So that's my comment.
All right, thank you. With that, I don't see any other hands up and nobody coming forward in the room, so I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to see if there's a motion to approve our resolutions. I've got a motion from Askew and a second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. So I'm going to take a little chair's prerogative here and ask the entire Board of Supervisors to join me down below as we present a resolution to our employee resource group, for our LGBTQ plus ERG group. So please come forward. Nick's going to center us. You got to split the red C's right here. We need someone on down. All right, so it's our honor this morning to pass a resolution that recognizes the contributions of our LGBTQ plus ERG here in Monterey County. ERG is, I think when we started the ERGs, I complained about the name. We never fixed it. ERG is Employee Resource Group, for those who don't know. There's got to be a better way to define that, but the truth is that these groups are critically important because they give voice to our community being the county family. And the LGBTQ plus erg was one of our first, if not our first. And they've done some incredible work to make sure that our community feels seen, feels heard, and it is an honor to stand up here today during a time when the community feels perhaps pushed back and there is an attack on our LGBTQ plus community. We're standing up as a county with all 5 supervisors present here to say we see you, we support you, and we're not going anywhere. We know that representation matters and that you have stood up, and we have your back every single day. And it's an honor on behalf of the County of Monterey to represent from our entire board to all of our employees that we stand with you, we see you, and we support you. And we want you to know, as Monterey County is a big organization, even if you're still not out, we support you. And I know there's so many youth in our community. And yesterday, I had the opportunity to be in Soledad for the flag raising ceremony where we raised the pride flag. And I heard from so many champions who I see in the room again. So I know they're on the circuit. So I want to thank everybody from Epicenter, I see the Dragonfly Project is at our partners who were there yesterday. We're so thankful. I also want to thank our behavioral health department who was present yesterday and is with us today with the new Rainbow Connections program. There's so many good things happening. And to me, it's a representation of who we are and what we stand for as a county here in Monterey County. So it is an honor and a privilege to present this resolution on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to you, David Rosen, and ask you to share a few words with us before I ask my colleagues to do the same.
Well, first off, thank you very much, Chair Lopez, Board of Supervisors, and our community. On behalf of the Employee Resource Group, I want to thank you for the resolution recognizing Pride Month. We're grateful not only for the recognition, but for the values that this resolution represents, those of visibility, of dignity, and equity for all. I'm sure one of the things that all of us in the community get is, why Pride? Why is it such a big deal? Every June, we get the same question. And for me, Pride Month is a celebration, yes, but it's also a call to action. Pride began as protest. It began with people, primarily people of color, women of color, queer trans women of color, who were told that they didn't matter, and they demanded to be seen. It's a reminder of generations who fought, often at great personal risk, to be seen, to be heard, and to be treated with basic human dignity. That legacy calls on all of us not to only celebrate progress, but to finish the work. This resolution helps add your voices to that legacy. The fact is, visibility matters. For those who have been told to stay silent, to hide, to apologize for who they are. For people who are literally being murdered for who they are. Public recognition like this resolution is not just symbolic, it is life-affirming. It says you belong here. It says we see you, we value, and we stand with you. However, this work goes beyond symbolism. We know that LGBTQ plus youth face higher rates of homelessness and mental health challenges. We know that transgender individuals, especially trans women of color, continue to face disproportionate violence. We know that queer employees like us are often underrepresented in leadership positions. Many of our communities still navigate systems that are not built for us. That is why visibility and representation, especially at the level of county government, is essential. It opens doors, it builds trust, and it saves lives. As a group, with your support, we recognize that we have the privilege to be in rooms where decisions are made, rooms where historically our community has been excluded. We don't take that lightly. To paraphrase one of my favorite literary figures, we recognize that the little privilege and power that we have creates a platform of responsibility to help keep the door open for others in our community. The ERG was created to amplify and center the needs and voices of the LGBTQ employees in this county. With your partnership, we're looking and working to ensure that the policies and practices reflect the full diversity of the communities that we serve. So to the entire board, we say thank you for standing with us not only today, but also in the work ahead. We have one thing that we ask of the 5 of you. Let this resolution be more than recognition. Let this resolution be more than words on a page. Let it be a promise to lead with compassion and to govern with integrity and courage. Let it be a foundation for action, a catalyst for more inclusive policies, and a commitment to not stop until we have a world where everyone, including LGBTQ+ individuals, can feel supported to live openly, safely, and with pride. We're honored to receive this resolution, and we look forward to continuing this work together.
Round of applause.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, and I want to say thank you to David for those words, and just to reaffirm what has already been said today, that as a County Board of Supervisors, when we put forward a resolution like this, or when a flag is raised, or in places like one of the jurisdictions in District 5 that tonight we'll be discussing a rainbow sidewalk, this is a public safety matter. This is about a community or a county stating out loud that you are welcome here, that LGBTQ+ individuals are seen, are valued, are welcomed, and most importantly, are safe. And so it's a message and a demonstration to our youth and to every member of our community that we value you, we welcome you, and we're here to put forward that public safety proclamation and really reaffirm that. So it's to respond to what was said, yes, it's Pride Month. We're doing this month, but working with you, members of the county family, we have so many more steps to take, and I really look forward to working on making progress in Monterey County for our LGBTQ+ family. Thank you.
This is an important issue, and it's actually personal to me because my oldest son is gay. And to know that everybody has the same rights, the same right to live their life as they want is really just essential and the purpose of our country, and should be the purpose of every human being. So this is important recognition this way. It's important to emphasize that we're all not all the same, and that's good, because we don't want to be all the same. You know, we do appreciate the diversity, and you have a right to do what you want in your life, as long as you're not hurting anybody else, whatever that may be. And this is just a fundamental and essential right, and it's very, very good that we're here to recognize it.
Like so many thoughts in my head, and your comments, David, and thank you for the resolution, Chris, and I just reflecting on how far we've come, and like what feels like a relatively short period of time. When I started working in the county, which wasn't that long ago, I'm not that old. We didn't like the right to marriage wasn't like a thing, and when I started my service on the school board, which again wasn't that long ago, I haven't been in public service that long, we tried to put a resolution forward to raise a flag at the school district, and we didn't have the votes to do it. But here we are now, and we've got we've come a long way. And I want to just take a moment to acknowledge the fact that like everyone's standing here, and we have an audience full, and we have a full board vote and support, and also to recognize that. That the fight that's ahead of us and the attacks that are coming for the humanity that LGBTQ+ community represents, they're real, and that what we're doing here represents the commitment of Monterey County to say we will not back down from this, and we're in this together, and that the safety of every member of our county family is the safety of all members of our county family. We're in this together, and we're going to stand firm together. And it's not just about, it's a flag, right? It's a resolution, but it's not just about that. It's about so much more than that. So I just and that we wouldn't be here, we wouldn't have made it as far as we have had it not been for the standing shoulder to shoulder of so many people here in Monterey County, across California, across this country, saying we're going to stand firm, we're going to keep pushing forward. So I just want to say thank you to all of you who've been a part of that commitment forward. We've got a long way to go, but we've come so far, and we're not going to back down. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you've all done to be a part of that process. The world that my son and his friends are going to grow up in is so different than the one that even I've had the privilege to grow up in myself. So thank you.
All right, and I just want to join. This is a rare to have all 5 supervisors supporting the LGBT plus community in their respective counties. So I want to thank all my colleagues for being here, but also thank all the leadership from all the different organizations, including Salinas Valley Pride, Monterey Bay Pride, and many organizations that are doing events throughout our county to really promote standing up for each other during these difficult times. As we all know, many of our communities are under attack, whether it be immigrants, farm workers, women's reproductive rights, and certainly the LGBTQ plus community. It is important that we as elected officials stand together with our community, stand up for, not just stand here to them and pass these resolutions, but more importantly, when it comes to legislation, whether it's on the state level or the federal level, that we're also supporting and standing up for those values as well. This takes me way back when I was a young legal aid lawyer. I remember some of my clients were being discriminated in housing and in employment only because of their sexual orientation. You stand up for something because you believe it's the right thing to do, and whether it's in your younger days in your profession till your elected office positions, that we continue to stand up for what's right. And so I want to commend everyone for continue to do this, and let our community know that we will do everything possible to defend the rights of our LGBT community. Thank you very much.
Now, one more to bring us home.
Thank you, everybody. To introduce myself, my name's Rachel Artemis Holder. I work for the library. I'm one of the co-chairs of the LGBTQ plus Professionals Employee Resources Group. I am a transgender woman, and I want to speak specifically to transgender issues. I want to acknowledge I have not rehearsed my speech so much, so I apologize for any roughness here. I want to start with thanks to the board for sponsoring this resolution, their efforts and activism in defending and advocating for the queer community. In particular, I want to thank the Rainbow Connections program, which is a vital lifeline for young queer and trans people to find support, community, and care. In particular, there is an over 40% suicide attempt rate among the transgender community. And a lot of that has to do with the bigotry that we've faced, the lack of recognition, just the refusal to let us live our lives as ourselves, free of that discrimination. I want to thank Dr. Chad Harris from Natividad for working to ensure that his hospital and clinics Natividad is a safe and supportive place for transgender individuals to receive care. I want to give thanks for the support that has been promised by the board in the face of a federal government set on erasing queer lives and history, with the transgender community at the forefront of that struggle. We're facing a hostile federal administration, which is causing devastating damage to our state, our county, and our communities through deep cuts to public services and targeted assaults on marginalized communities. I want to respect the profoundly difficult choices the board has made and will be faced with as a result of these attacks. The transgender and queer community intersects with every community. We come from every race, religion, nation, and culture. And an attack on any community, such as the attacks on our migrant and Latino communities, are also an attack on members of the queer community. We are all interconnected. As Pride Month begins, I want to thank the board, and I want to ask that we continue advocating for queer and transgender people, both in our access to hormone replacement therapy, which is being challenged continuously, for standing up against discrimination in our communities, which is more alive now than it has been in recent history. And I want to thank our community for showing up here and for supporting us as we continue working together to build a better community and a better nation for everybody. Thank you.
Are we on? This one's on. Okay. Well, thank you again, Chair Lopez. That was really nice, and thank you to our ERG. You guys are incredible, and the work you do really matters. And Rachel, wherever you went, thanks for taking the time to chat with me on the phone about all the issues. When they come for your hormones, they're coming for a lot of middle-aged women's hormones, and we're going to stand with you and battle that one out. So we got your back on that. Okay, so next up, let's do a Rainbow Connection. So we also have another similarly Pride Month related, but Rainbow Connections, if y'all want to come down and join me up here, and anyone else from ERG who celebrates Rainbow Connections work. Oh my gosh, check out we got some, okay, and I've got a bunch of resolutions. I'm going to pass those out. And I also got, here, we've got some rainbows, and I'm going to pass these out so you guys can hold them. We've got a whole bunch of folks with us for Rainbow Connection. So actually, if I could get some help do you want to help me, Eric? Okay, perfect. Okay, whole crew here. Let me get myself organized. So Rainbow Connections is a really incredible coalition of work that we've pulled together here with the County of Monterey. And the resolution that Chris just provided for us, and some of the comments that David shared, where we talk about the work that the ERG is doing, and the celebration of Pride as a flag and a resolution. But really, in Monterey County, we're doing work that goes so far beyond what sometimes feels like the thing that's for show. In Monterey County, we've taken our commitment and we've really translated our commitment to care for and meet the needs of our community, of our LGBTQ+ community, and translated that into policy and action and funding, put funding into the delivery of services and building a program that meets the needs of our children and our families in ways that really, truly are transformative. And it's thanks to the vision and the commitment and the tenacity and the partnership of a whole team of folks that crosses county behavioral health, nonprofits, schools, and so many more. So I'm pleased to present we've got a whole bunch of resolutions because we've got a whole bunch of partners, this resolution to Rainbow Connections for really what is groundbreaking work to build capacity to address systemic challenges in providing mental health services. And we call it mental health services, but it really it's preventative mental health services. It's resiliency services. It's family communication services to LGBTQ youth and their families throughout Monterey County. And Rainbow Connections is what I call the perfect example of what it looks like to go beyond what is sometimes performative actions and instead look at the systemic ways in which our policies and our systems provide protection so that healthcare is protected, access to education is protected in policy and in practice, and that we're building our own capacity to do better and deliver services where they're needed most. The strength of our community really comes from the ways in which we as community come together to care for one another, especially during challenging times. And I know that the work that we're talking about here today is so deeply personal for each one of you. So thank you so much for the work that you're committed to doing, that you were committed to doing before the county committed dollars and before the county committed to this program. But we're here together, and I want to be clear that our commitment is shared, and this is just one way that we are here to show that commitment. So, pull my notes here. So whereas Pride Month is celebrated annually in June to honor our historic and ongoing struggle for LGBTQ plus rights, dignity, and visibility, our Rainbow Connections Innovation Project aims to build capacity among service providers, educators, school personnel, parents, caregivers, and other adults in Monterey County to understand and effectively respond to the needs of our LGBTQ plus youth. Rainbow Connections work exemplifies the spirit of inclusion and community, providing safe spaces for youth and adults alike, hosting educational forums, cultural celebrations, and support services that uplift our marginalized voices and foster belonging. Rainbow Connections project promotes the interconnection of youth-serving systems and interagency collaboration to support improved mental health outcomes and functioning of LGBTQ plus youth and their families. In Monterey County, we stand in solidarity with our LGBTQ plus community and recommit ourselves to ensuring that all individuals, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, are treated with respect, fairness, and dignity. At Rainbow Connections, our collaborative partners are committed to uplifting and empowering our LGBTQ youth across Monterey County by aligning our collective forces and resources to provide opportunities for all of our youth to express their authentic selves with pride. And at the forefront of this effort is our partners. We have Partners for Peace. We have the Epicenter, Harmony at Home, the Diversity Center, Dragonfly Forward, and You Will Rise, just to name a few. We also have the Monterey County Behavioral Health Bureau, which is at the center of this, and our MHSA funding that made it all possible. And so with that, I want to just say thank you, and we're going to give Casey a chance to make a few comments. But I want to say thank you for your unwavering commitment of love, your unwavering commitment of advocacy and unity. And as we proclaim June to be Pride Month here in Monterey County, may we continue our partnership beyond the battles that are ahead of us, but together we will overcome whatever hurdles are in the way, because our kids and our families and every member of our community deserves to know that they are loved wholly and fully for who they are. And right here in Monterey County, we're going to continue that commitment regardless. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Before I start, can I make sure every agency has their resolution? So, Francis, if you could give one over to Paul, you have one. You Will Rise, okay. TMD, Epicenter, Harmony at Home, you don't have yours, okay. And Joaquin, come on up, and Daniela. Yeah, so you can give that to Joaquin and everybody else, okay. Gosh, all right. So I just want to say, first off, thank you so much, because none of this would be possible with Elsa Jimenez signing everything, the Board of Supervisors signing everything. Like, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Wes, I wouldn't have been able to make a move without a contract. So where we started, if you wanted to just know the origin, is actually at the center of my heart. I started this, I looked within, and I saw all of these youth thinking they didn't have a feeling, they didn't have a place to belong in this world, and attempting to get in their lives. And then I took what I knew about people and systems and all the relationships that I have built after being at the county for, since 2012. And then I looked out. And then I went around and I used my heart and I connected to your heart. And I said, hey, would you come and work with me? And she said, yes. And then I went to Vicki. I said, Vicki, would you come with me and work with me? Yes. I went to Susan Barrett and I said, would you do this with me? And she said, yes. I went to Harmony at Home and I said, would you do this? And they said, yes. Kaz is the program assistant that says yes to everything too. And all the behavioral health folks, supervisors. So this is the thing. It's all of us. Paul Richmond back here brings, we carry trauma in our right side of our brain. We can't really access it through thinking. So we need ways to express it. So we have art expression, and art takes so many different forms, and our youth need ways to express what's going on with them. What I've also realized is that this isn't not all about the youth, it's about all of us. We are an ecosystem. All of these people, when I started with this dream and this vision in 2020, and here we are in 2025, it started with one heart, and look at this. You know, we're rippling out. We're rippling out all over the place. So thank you, board, for saying yes. Thank you, Elsa, for signing everything. Thank you, Fabricio, for also signing everything. And we have a new bureau chief, Melanie Rhodes, and has been such a champion. I just really, just so grateful. And these youth, we work with it every single day in behavioral health, where they really do need to have a world that reflects them back for their beautiful selves. So thank you so much. And we're just going to keep growing, or officially a movement.
Thank you, Casey. And let's hear it for Casey Rodenbush with her vision. One heart connects to one heart, connects to one heart. Thank you, Casey. And with that, we'll do one more round of applause. Take a picture. Yeah, and we're going to have to scoot everyone in. You guys have to all the way scoot in. Yeah. Yeah. And just scoot forward. Here we go, scoot forwards, come out a little bit. Come out with the resolutions in front, and yeah, just make room for everyone. Yeah. Okay. We got room. If you're colorful, bring your color up front. Yeah, we got room for color and everyone. Okay, I'm just getting here. Okay, hi, scoot up front here. Yeah, come forward a little bit. Okay. Yay! I'll get it. Okay, and for anyone that wants to learn more about Rainbow Connections, where's the, for anyone that's watching, wants to learn about how to connect to Rainbow Connection services?
We're asking. Well, we have, it's kind of that's a complicated answer right now, just because can you see how big it is and how we're growing? So I would say, my name is Casey Rodenbush. You can find me. I'll just start with my email because that's probably the best way to go. rodenbushkm@countyofmonterey.gov. And then we also have an amazing Instagram. If you're on Instagram or you're not on Instagram, go get on Instagram and follow us. And we're doing so many cool things. And what a great month to really bring this all to life. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you guys all for being here with us. Yeah, we appreciate you. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Okay, and we have one more resolution. Oh, we have two more. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, next up we have Community Center for Advocacy during National Immigrant Heritage Month. Which one I have? Okay. We did a bunch of resolutions this week. Okay, fantastic. Here we go. All right. We have a whole handful of folks. Okay, very good. You got your whole crew. Awesome. So this is actually really interesting. I learned all about Immigrant Heritage Month and had a chance to think about where my own Immigrant Heritage Month was. I don't know a lot about my mom's side of the family, but on my dad's side, we came from Ireland and England. At least my mom, my grandmother, my paternal grandmother. So what we're celebrating here is recognizing the Center for Community Advocacy during Immigrant Heritage Month. And Immigrant Heritage Month is observed in June to honor the countless contributions of immigrants who've enriched our cultural, civic, and economic fabric of the United States. Monterey County, we know, is home to a vibrant and diverse immigrant community whose perseverance, innovation, and cultural traditions strengthen the community's identity and resilience. The Center for Community Advocacy, CCA, as we more often speak to, was founded in 1990 and has been a beacon of empowerment and justice, serving our farm worker families and immigrant communities across Monterey County with distinction, compassion, and resolve. The Center for Community Advocacy, through its tenant organizing, leadership development programs, and community engagement efforts, has built lasting partnerships and fostered self-determination among immigrant families, ensuring access to safe, dignified housing and equitable representation. Whereas the Center for Community Advocacy's mission to train and support immigrant farm workers and other low-income families to become advocates for social, economic, and housing justice has transformed lives, advanced equity, and fortified the voices of those historically marginalized. And the County of Monterey shares the Center for Community Advocacy's commitment to inclusive governance, civic participation, and the protection of immigrant rights, recognizing that prosperity of our community is inseparable from the well-being of our immigrant neighbors. So therefore, we're proud to recognize and honor the Center for Community Advocacy for your unwavering service to immigrant families and the enduring contributions of social justice, housing justice, housing equity, and community empowerment in recognition of National Immigrant Heritage Month. And I will pass the microphone to Joelle to make a few comments. But I do think, as we recognize again, I think some of the attacks that are coming at residents of our community here in Monterey County, it's important to acknowledge the fact that even for those of us whose immigrant story goes back, many generations. And as I was talking to my dad about my own family, I talked about my maternal grandmother, but my family name came back, has roots back to the Mayflower. And so we talk about immigrant stories and immigrant paths to the United States. And the narratives that then led my family here and why my family chose to make that journey. And it wasn't one that was easy or made with, we don't know the details, but lots of sacrifices that caused my family to search for a different life and a better life for future generations. So with that, I will pass the microphone over. Yeah, thank you.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Joel Hernandez Laguna. I'm the Executive Director at the Center for Community Advocacy. And so with me is staff. And one very important thing about the Center for Community Advocacy is that our staff is majority immigrants from another country. And so is our board. And so is our membership within the organization. And when we talk about immigrants, we've all had a journey to come to this country, but we also contribute so much in terms of economic, social, cultural, art. There's so much contributions from the immigrant community just across, not just in Monterey County, but across the state and across the nation. And so we have immigrants in different sectors, healthcare. We have immigrants in technology. And so we have to acknowledge the contribution that immigrants play in our whole system, ecosystem around the county. And so with that, I think it's very important that to acknowledge that. And we try to bring that at the center of our work. Several things that I want to mention that's very important is around the county, our agriculture and hospitality industry depends on the immigrant community. And it's very important for us at the Center for Community Advocacy to see that immigrant families from different areas of the world have access to healthcare, have access to housing, and can contribute and make a contribution to their civic participation in our county. And so that's been the mission. Our mission is really, how do we help farm worker families and low-income families that migrated to this country to incorporate into this process that we have here into civic engagement. Our biggest focus is community engagement. How can we engage that migrant community into our processes in terms of having conversations, policy, and engagement? And so with that, I want to make sure that it's important that, and it's not just immigrants from Mexico and Central America. I recently heard a story and had a conversation with somebody that migrated from India and Europe and how they came to this country to make contributions. So when we acknowledge Immigrant Heritage Month, it's everyone that migrated to our county. So thank you, Supervisor Askew, and the Board of Supervisors for this recognition. We take this back and continue our efforts to make sure that the immigrant community that comes to Monterey County is well received. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. We'll take a quick photo real quick here. Okay, good. Okay, and then we have one more. Bear with me here. Okay, our final resolution today is to recognize World Bike Day, and we have some of my favorite folks from the Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association. So if you guys wouldn't mind coming and joining me up here. And in District 4, I'm really lucky and blessed to have the vast majority of the former Fort Ord property, which has turned out to be a phenomenal location for mountain biking. So I'm going to pass this over to you all and grab my notes right here. And with me today to receive this resolution, the Monterey, let's see here, we have Henrietta Stern, our market secretary, Mike McGurr, board member, okay, yes, and Darius Reich, one of our trail crew leaders. So thank you guys for being here with us. And we will talk about a little bit about World Bike Day. It's celebrated annually on June 3rd, honoring the bicycle as a simple, affordable, reliable, clean, and sustainable means of transportation, promoting environmental stewardship, physical health, and social connectivity. Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association, better known in our community as MORCA, was established in 2002 to be the voice for responsible mountain biking, to steward regional trails for the benefit of all trail users through thousands of volunteer hours annually, catalyzing outdoor recreation opportunities for youth and adults through events and community engagement. MORCA has played a pivotal role in enhancing quality of life through development and maintenance of multi-use trails, many of them in District 4 out at the former Fort Ord, volunteer-led cleanup days, community rides, fundraising for portable toilets and the such, youth engagement programs that encourage safe, inclusive access to outdoor recreation, significant trail access projects. MORCA's partnership with regional, state, and federal agencies has ensured responsible use and protection of our Fort Ord National Monument, including travel to Washington, D.C. As part of the effort that led to the establishment of the Fort Ord National Monument, something that we are forever and eternally grateful for, as well as other critical open space protection of other critical open spaces to balance recreation with conservation for generations to come. Thank you. MORCA has made noteworthy contributions to our community and to the protection of Monterey County's public lands and continues to advocate in partnership with all of our local government agencies for equitable trail access and for park spaces and trail centers dedicated to mountain biking, and for continued community benefits generated through the sport of mountain biking. So therefore, Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and our residents and our families and our children and our bikers, and my husband, who spends many hours on his bike, we recognize and commend MORCA, our Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association, for your enduring commitment to advocacy, to environmental stewardship, to community building, and joining with all other communities around the world in celebrating World Bike Day. Thank you for everything that you do to make Monterey County a world recreational destination, and for your environmental stewardship of our public lands. We appreciate and value your contributions. So would you like to make any comments? Henry, we'll put you on the spot. Yeah? I know I didn't warn you, did I?
No, that's okay. I'm Henrietta Stern. I'm the secretary of MORCA, and we're an organization that is open to all, and we really care about the public lands and access to those public lands by all of the community. And I'm just thinking of some of the other groups that we've seen today that, you know, these Fort Ord public lands, the county parks public lands are available to all to enjoy nature, to be healthy, to create community. Also, I might add that Darius and Mike have put in so many hundreds of hours just personally maintaining those trails to be sure that the ticks and the poison oak and the safe sight lines make a more safe and enjoyable environment for all the trail users, not just mountain bikers, but hikers, equestrians, dog walkers, and all. So we work real hard, and I hope all of you have an opportunity to enjoy the Fort Ord and county lands on the wonderful trail opportunities that we have here in Monterey County.
Thank you guys again. And I'll say, yeah, we could do a round of applause. I'll say we're working hard in District 4 to make sure we have public access from the western side to access our trails, including public restrooms, because we know with 1.5 million visitors to the Fort Ord public spaces that restroom access and safe parking access remain unmet needs that we're going to continue to work towards. So thank you so much for all of the work that you do.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we'll grab a picture. Thank you again. Come on, right here. Are we right in the center?
All right, that brings us to the end of our presentation, so we're going to jump into appointments. That's item 8 on today's agenda. Is there any public comment on appointments? I see a hand up from a number ending in 837, it looks like from here.
Correct.
Right. Number 837, we'll give you 2 minutes to share your public comment regarding the reappointment of Pat Pagnella to the Fish and Game Commission.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up from the prior item and I missed the vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this appointment? Seeing no hands up, nobody coming forward in the room, I'll bring it back to the board.
So move to approve.
I've got a motion from Church, a second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. With that, we're on consent. Items 18 through 47. Is there a member of this body who wishes to remove an item from consent for comment or alternative action?
27.
27 for Supervisor Church. Any others? All right. Not seeing any others, I'll go to the public, see if there's any member of the public who wishes to remove an item from consent for comment. I'm seeing no hands going up via Zoom. Nobody coming forward in room. We'll bring it back and send it to Supervisor Church for item 27.
Sure. I had some questions on this and didn't really get them properly answered. So I really am not in a position where I feel I can support it today. I would like to see if we maybe continue it to a week or so. This is furniture at the health department for 4.5 million, and I didn't quite get as I said, response wasn't really quite timely, and it did not address my question. So I don't want to oppose it at this point, so I would like to just see if we could continue.
So I believe it's a health department issue. I had the same issue during agenda review, and I do see Elsa standing in front of us, so I'm going to bring her forward and see if she doesn't want to make some comments regarding this, and then I'll come back and see if that's still the request. Okay.
So I apologize, Supervisor Church. The question was not directed to me, but if I understand some of the concerns. So Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. So this has been our practice for some time now, where we present multi-year agreements with One Workplace Ferrari, LLC, just so that we have an agreement in place and we can issue a PO when a need to purchase new furniture arises. This has really been instrumental in helping us, outfit our recent Sanborn clinic. We recently have a ribbon cutting in a couple of weeks for our new Access clinic for behavioral health. And so having this agreement in place gives us the opportunity to be able to immediately place orders for furniture replacement or to furnish new settings. As you heard me last week, most of our funding comes from outside revenue. So these procurement is funded with Medi-Cal revenue, with fee-for-service revenue, other departmental revenues.
All right. Thank you, Elsa. Any other questions, Supervisor Church, or do you still want to defer that item?
Answer some of my question. I actually have a little bit more. I still would like to defer it.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a real time element onto this. It's looking like July 1st. If we could maybe defer it, I could explore just on a couple more questions. It's not just a health department policy, but just sort of understanding how we're procuring and dealing with some of these issues. It is a sizable amount of money, and I do appreciate that most of it is not coming out of the general fund. But Thank you.
Wasn't this deferred once before?
I don't think so. I think this is the first time it's coming forward. Yeah, so I think I'm hearing a request to move the agenda less item 27. Is there a motion to that effect? Got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second?
Yep.
Got a second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So that leaves us with 27. Is the motion to, how much time do you think you need on this, Supervisor Church?
I can get the answers this week, sure.
Okay.
So we put it back next week.
Okay, so we'll kick it for a week. That's the motion. Is there a second? I got a second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. With that, we've concluded our consent calendar. We're going to jump into general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda. We invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom, *9 via landline, or to come forward in room. In order to make your comments, we'll go with folks in the room first, and then we'll jump over to Zoom. Please come forward, and we'll give you 2 minutes to share your comments.
Chair Lopez, members of the board, good morning. My name is Bert Johnson, Jr., a Monterey County resident since the early 1960s. Our family has a proud military history, beginning with our father, who was a career non-commissioned officer serving during World War II, Korea, and the Vietnam era. 3 of my brothers and myself are also veterans. This past Memorial Day, our family, nearly 30 members, attended a ceremony, one of the most memorable in my life. It was the highway sign ceremony for 5 fallen heroes from Monterey County. One of the 5 was my nephew, United States Army Staff Sergeant Robert Scott Johnson. I am here before you today on behalf of my family to share our appreciation with the board. Supervisor Alejo for his personal dedication to this significant initiative and for his heartfelt words for honoring our fallen heroes. My family also extends their sincere thanks to Wendy Askew, Supervisor Askew. We have deep roots in the Seaside community, and we thank you for the support. Also, Supervisor Daniels, for your determination and commitment to be present to support and honor our nephew and the other fallen heroes is very important. We certainly may never know all of the many tasks or coordination required with Honorable Speaker Rivas, the heroes of Monterey County, U.S. Army, and Caltrans. We may never meet the business leaders or individuals who contributed time and funds to make this honor possible. Please know your collective efforts help to ensure the sacrifice of our fallen are forever remembered. We appreciate each of you from the depths of our hearts. Sincerely, the Johnson family. Thank you.
Thank you, Bert. Anybody else in the room?
I'm Ed Mitchell. I live in Prunedale and I'm a member of Never Again Moss Landing. After our group formed, I volunteered to be the lead investigator into how and why the Vista storage facility failed. Today, I'm delivering you the findings of our 120-day investigation should be in front of you. As the evidence came in, our team focused on 2 disturbing concerns. 1, operator performance. Did the storage facility operator Vista install and operate a high-risk single-building indoor storage layout that was prone to completely burn up all the batteries on the floor in the building if uncontrolled thermal runaway erupted? That happened. 2, regulator performance. Why have state regulators failed to gather and report battery fire toxins such as dioxins and heavy metals that might show dangers to the public and the environment? Now, the majority of evidence we used is Vista and its rack supplier's own photographs, KION TV images, California Public Utilities websites, and eyewitness evidence. The evidence appears to show that Vista stored its indoor energy batteries closer together than is commonly done in outdoor battery storage facilities. We could not find any state agency that reported sampling results for hazardous material release of heavy metals and dioxins in the Vista fire's vapor cloud, nor for 7 earlier battery storage fires in California during a 3-year period from April 22 to April 25. That's 2025. Those non-actions by the PUC and other state agencies show that the PUC leadership was and remains too focused on delivering future storage facilities and not enough on delivering public safety. Also, the battery incident yesterday at PG&E's Moss Landing site verifies Never Again Moss Landing's reopening concerns that we have been sharing with you for months. My last statement is this. The new green technology is a great new technology when it works. When it doesn't work, it's hugely toxic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. See nobody else in the room. We're going to go to Zoom. I do see a couple of hands up. We'll start with the top one, which looks like a number that ends in 004.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. I watch with an aching heart as our beautiful eucalyptus trees are demonized by you local politicians as non-native fire hazards and must be cut down. This non-native rhetoric, which isn't even recognized as a real science, has to be exposed. And Teo Orion does it beautifully in her book, Beyond the War on Invasive Species. Where does this invasive species pseudoscience come from? It was contrived in part by Monsanto to sell its deadly chemical herbicides. Teo Orion exposes the cozy relationship and support the chemical giants give to the non-native diatribe. For example, page 17, a quote from that well-researched book. In 1999, President George Bush signed the Executive Order 13-1112, creating the National Invasive Species Council. She goes on to prove that the executive order was modeled after the first known California Exotic Pest Plant Council. That group was co-founded by Nelroy Jackson, who is also the public relations man and distributor of Roundup and rodeo herbicides for Monsanto. The CEPPC was supported by several chemical companies, and they have been spraying us all to death ever since. Herbicides are being used at Elkhorn Slough in an endangered species habitat. The Audubon Society is also complicit in its use there. 200 glorious eucalyptus trees were cut down by a roadside at Elkhorn Slough as non-natives and dangerous to traffic, but they had stood over 70 years through storms, providing tons of oxygen and absorbing over 200 tons of greenhouse gases and car pollutants yearly.
Thank you.
They help
We've
create
arrived at time. Thank you very much. We're going to go to our next speaker. I see another phone number. Looks like, ooh, that one tests me, 837. All right.
Hello, supervisors. This is, hope you're all having a good day. This is Brian Rosen here. You know, in the history of our country, it was very popular back in the old days to say the only good Indian was a dead Indian. And now it seems to be, that seems to be the attitude of a lot of people about the Palestinians, particularly people who live in Israel, while they're committing the terrible genocide of the Palestinian people that's been ongoing ethnic cleansing since the year 1948. Now, I don't believe in violence, but we need nonviolence. That's the best solution, as Mahatma Gandhi taught. And yet our U.S. government, the politicians, Democratic and Republican, are supporting this horrific genocide and unconditional aid to a foreign government, $12 billion a year or so. Imagine what that could do for our own country. I don't believe in unconditional aid to any country. We're giving the money. There really should be a neutral peacekeeping force over there, and anybody who does violence should be held very accountable for that. It's a terrible thing. A genocide is a terrible thing. It happened to the Native Americans when a Native American did something bad, and there were some brutal Native Americans as well as good Native Americans. They were vilified. Now it's Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Hamas is fault. And all the propaganda of Israel gets repeated endlessly by our politicians, including Mr. Panetta. This is unacceptable. Little children are being shot in the head. People are being tied up and thrown in ditches. Ambulances are being shot. There's so much evidence that has come out. And yet I'm so tired of liberal speak that doesn't seem to really mean anything because these horrors continue. So please do a resolution for that. Stop this bloodbath over there. Our U.S. government is supporting that.
Rosen.
So much
We're over time.
dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other hands up.
There's
there's two more there. All right. I see Thermal Runaway. Welcome back, Thermal Runaway. We'll give you the floor.
Thank you. I sent an email to Glen Church, County of Monterey, and MBARD last Thursday with a list of questions that have been asked in these meetings that have not been answered yet. Nobody responded to my email, so I have forwarded it to everyone in the Board of Supervisors and additional people with the county and additional people with MBARD. So one, please let me know if you received these questions, and I'm going to read them to you. One, what information was used to lift the evacuation order? These are regarding the Moss Landing fire. Two, was the decision to lift the evacuation order ever reevaluated? Three, what information was used to generate the IMAC soot plume model dated 2/14/25? Was the IMAC soot plume model so drastically different from the plume models in the emergency action operation plans? MBARD knew the MRL for HF is 0.02 in their email on January 17th, yet we used a rounded up number of 0.3 parts per million for a 1 hour standard. Who made that decision and why was the MRL not used? The EPA deployed SPM flex mineral acid gas cassettes instead of equipment specific for analyzing HF. Can the county describe the differences in the equipment and the limit of detection? Leading me to my next question. CTEH equipment has a limit of detection of 0.5 parts per million, while the 1 hour standard is 0.293 parts per million. Why are they being allowed to use insufficient equipment? HF was increasing in Moss Landing Harbor when they dismantled the air monitoring equipment, and the temperatures from the drones were showing that the temperature in the building was still catalyzing HF, or hexafluorophosphate. Who made the decision to dismantle the air monitoring equipment while the batteries continued to smolder? PG&E stated that on May 25th that they had equipment detecting HF running. When will we get that information made public, especially since the EPA equipment failed to detect HF 40% of the time because it wasn't operating?
We're over time. Thank you very much. We're going to go to our next speaker. I have Christian Schneider. Christian, we'll give you the floor. You've got 2 minutes.
Good morning again. Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Hey, good job on recognizing pride. A lot of people don't know, but that was a bulk of my work when I worked as a political consultant back to 2005. So I'm really happy to see that you guys are giving visibility and supporting those issues because it's important. All right. Congratulations, Mr. Lopez, on your appointment to the Coastal Commission. I submitted a letter to you all. I'm not going to read that letter. I just want to point out a few things. By now, I'm hoping you've all at least Googled what a quasi-judicial branch of government is. And where this sort of leaves us in terms of my county claims. I'm going to have to file a writ of mandamus, and it's not something I necessarily want to do, but I need to force you, if we come to that, to recognize what your legal obligations are. You have been overridden by your own county council between contracts and not abiding by public votes that you've taken to the point where you're ratifying their behavior. That's a core issue at the FPPC investigation is county council or acting in opposition to what you're actually voting on and you not appearing to know what you've been voting on. A writ of mandamus is going to make that failure public. And it's going to show that the court had to step in because the board's authority was being disregarded by its own attorneys. This would be embarrassing, not just legally, but institutionally. I really hope that you guys will just take the chance to correct this, take this matter
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. We're at time.
And
thank you. All right. Let's bring it back. I don't see any other hands up via Zoom. Nobody coming forward in room. We'll close public comment and proceed with our scheduled.
Mr. Chair, could I just make one personal comment? One of the speakers said that they sent an email to me on Thursday and we hadn't had a response. We got that email today. I just want to make that kind of clear. We try to be responsive.
Great. Thank you. All right, we're going to jump into our scheduled matters to adopt an ordinance approving a military equipment use policy for the Office of the Sheriff pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. I don't see anyone in the room, so I'm assuming they're on Zoom. We'll go ahead and give them the floor.
Supervisor, if the clerk could add Chief Deputy Jason Smith as a panelist. He's should have his hand.
All right, looks like he's been added. Jason, you with us?
Yes, sir. We're just getting his computer set up to do the share.
Ah, okay.
Supervisor, I'm turning it over to Chief Deputy Jason Smith, who will be presenting on behalf of the Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon, Board. This is the 2024 Military Equipment Use Policy and Summary report out. Assembly Bill 481, authored to address the funding, acquisitions, and use of military equipment by law enforcement agencies. Sheriff's Office required to obtain approval by the Board of Supervisors through adoption of the military equipment use policy through ordinance. Assembly Bill 481, Sheriff's MEU policy must be posted on our website for 30 days prior to introduction and adoption of the ordinance. Sheriff's Office required to submit an annual report to the Board of Supervisors, which includes summaries of how equipment was used, the purpose, any complaints, concerns received, annual costs, quantities sought, and other items. Qualifying equipment would be drones, vehicles of various categories, explosive breaching apparatus, non-deadly launchers and munitions, specialized firearms and rifles. Drones, we currently have 10. Uses are for patrol, search and rescue, tactical response, and bomb squad. Vehicles, we currently have 9, total 9 that fit in that category. 1 MRAP, 5 Humvee for patrol and high water rescue, 2 pickup trucks that are utilized here within the office, a Lenco Bearcat, which is just used for tactical response, and 1 mobile command post that was obtained in 2024. Our munitions are distractive devices, chemical agents, launchers, and our breaching explosives, which are a thin plastic tube filled with fast-burning explosive material. They're used for the bomb squad, training, safe destruction of suspicious devices, precision demolition, and tactical breaches. Currently, the rifles that are utilized between the patrol division and the tactical response. Equipment utilization summary for deployment of any military equipment is documented. 86 deployments were recorded. Deployments occurred in all areas of the county, including 3 assists to provide neighboring counties. Equipment acquisition plans, 1 ROOK, and training is included if we were to either obtain funding or a grant in some manner. 1 AMG Humvee. We obtained that from another agency, no cost to obtain. And non-indicated amount of drones, this would be specific to if, like we've experienced in the past where we lose essentially drones on a tactical response or during bad weather or something like that. They were utilized heavily during the floods. Command and control vehicle, we obtained that from another agency and it was through donations. A list of the controlling Lexipol department policies that govern between training, use of force, firearms, deputy response to calls, crisis response unit, response to bomb calls, unmanned aerial system operations, personnel complaints, and military equipment. For the complaint component, we have Lexipol 1020-709 that govern those 2. And is managed through the Professional Standards Division. The report was published on the website and social media accounts. The public noticing was placed on the MCSO webpage, and the public meeting was held on February 27th, 25 at the Monterey Room. That's the conclusion of my report.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Smith. I've got a question on the slide that showed what the intent to acquire. It looked like you had the Rook and then the AMG Humvee. The Humvee line said it had been acquired in 2023?
Yes. That was actually acquired through the Dermo process from another agency that was giving it up. And it just reporting out that, yes, we did acquire it.
We did. Okay, just when I see plans, I think it's for the future, but these are things we already acquired.
Right. That one was, and then it's the same with the Rook. We put the Rook up there that when this was built at the time, if there was any funding and or if we obtain a grant or something like that, it keeps us from having to come back to the board and request permission. Same with the drones. It's kind of open-ended. So if tomorrow we lose 5, then obviously through department funds or other means, then we would replace what I currently have.
Okay, thank you. Questions from members of the board? Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. So just on this slide, I'm sorry, so could you clarify the Rook, that it has been purchased or there's intention to purchase? And if it was purchased, it would be purchased with grant funds that included training?
It's essentially a wish list based upon some issues that we've ran into in the past. And if it was, it would be through a grant process.
Okay, so the Rook is a desire to purchase, and if it was purchased, it would be purchased with grant funds that included the cost of training?
Absolutely.
Okay, the others, though, are items that have been obtained?
Yes.
Okay, and then on the annual report, the meeting that was held, the 2024 annual meeting.
At the Monterey room?
Yeah, I don't know what the date of that and how many people were in attendance at that.
Prior chief had done that presentation, and if I remember the brief, I think there was maybe at most 2.
Okay. And the public noticing that was just posted on the sheriff's website, was there any other public noticing so that anyone who wanted to attend would be able to?
Our other social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, things like that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Just to follow up on that last question, is there a list of interested parties that the sheriff's office uses, much like the Housing and Community Development Department uses, to just ensure that all interested parties are aware of public meetings like this one? A list that folks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A list that folks could sign up for. Sorry, just for clarity.
I believe we could. I mean, I'm not aware of a list. We just generally post it up publicly for all to see if they would like to attend.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't hear the answer. How many folks were at that public meeting?
If I recall correctly, because there was a prior chief that did the presentation, so the brief, when he got back, I believe there was 2. The year before when I did it, there was 1. So oftentimes in our community, it's not generally attended very heavily.
Okay. And then the other question that I have has to do with the drones, and I'm not finding it in, I'm having trouble actually just with my, Granicus keeps closing out on me, but in the board report that I read, it sounded like the drones were going to come from the sheriff's budget and that there was money for the drones to be purchased versus grant funding. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Drones have typically always been covered under the budget, yes.
And did I read also correctly that they're $58,000 a drone?
It depends on what drone. Recently, we've been moving towards drone technology is advanced, so they are going up quite a bit. The ones that we used to get that proved that they weren't as effective, in which we saw that obviously during the floods. So they're going up based upon what you want to get.
And what is the current need from the sheriff's office for these drones right now? Is there drones on hand that exist prior to purchasing these for use, or is there a specific need right now to purchase more of these drones?
Currently, we're at 10. We have a 3 to 5 year drone build out plan for general replacement, just as we would our fleet. So as technology comes on, we do a proof of concept based upon other agencies, our law agencies, fire agencies, or what's with technology changing constantly, that would best suit us, if that answers your question.
Do you think that there's some sort of government markup happening here, or is that the standard cost for a drone of this nature?
It is the standard. I mean, that's even confirmed with our partners that run the team at CAL FIRE. Everybody, we're all faced with pretty much the same thing.
Supervisor, this is Sheriff Nieto. To answer your question, there is a government markup. And the reason there's a government markup is several years ago, the federal government no longer allowed drones that were manufactured in China. This happened about 2.5, 3 years ago. And so all the drones that are used in the United States by state, federal governments moving forward have to be made in the United States. And there's certain technology that has to be in the drone. And that's because technology is changing. So for most law enforcement agencies, this has been a topic of concern. A lot of them, their fleets became obsolete when that law was passed.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I don't have any further questions.
All right, I've got one more, and that's just how many drone operators do you have on staff? I know that's part of this too, as we've looked at the needs for fire departments in South County. Part of the deal is always having somebody that's certified to operate. So how many folks do you have currently certified to operate?
We currently just did a training and actually a recruitment, and I believe the team is at around 10 to 12 operators.
Perfect.
A good complement of everywhere around the county.
All right, thank you. So at this point, let's open this up for public input and see if there's any input on this item. Invite folks in the room first. See nobody coming forward, we'll go to Zoom. I've got 2 hands up. We'll start with 837, and then we're going to go to 004. So we'll start with 837, give you the ability to unmute yourself and give you 2 minutes.
Hello, supervisors. This is Brian Rosen. Just how efficient do we want the police to be? How powerful do we want the police to be? Do we want to live in a police state? We already live in a military state. The military gets more and more and more. I think the founders of the country didn't want the government to be too powerful. They viewed it as the biggest threat. But the police are always going to get what they want. What if we just gave free mental health to everybody? That could eliminate a lot of violence. But we're just going to keep getting more and more sophisticated equipment so we can spy on more and more people, invade the privacy of more and more people, drones everywhere. And so I oppose militarization of police. A lot of people do. And but you keep on going in that direction, and with Trump in power, he's going to want to co-opt all of that, or whatever dictator comes in the future. So I think there's a danger there. But you talk out of both sides of your head, and you're definitely very pro-military industrial complex and police state. And I think it's a big mistake to make the police more powerful while neglecting the people, and people are going to go more and more crazy, more and more crime, since we're neglecting their basic needs. Healthcare, when you have a few people like Zuckerberg owns more than half the wealth in the country, and yet you're just, oh, this is the solution. No, we're going to have more efficient police, more spy, more military equipment. Well, that way we can keep the citizens in line. We can prevent problems because we're going to have all this spy equipment. Yeah, no, you got to get to the root of the problem and stop militarizing the police and the society. You're making a big mistake, and you're not going to listen to me. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. We're at time. Thank you. We're going to go to number 837. I'm sorry, it's 004 next.
Yes, I also object to the police using military equipment because we are now under a dictatorship which seizes people without due process and obeys a president who cannot be held responsible for the atrocities he commits. I watch astounded as our military obey without hesitation our Constitution being defiled, our ICE obeying orders that are unconstitutional, i.e. without due process. Our police are not standing with the people at demonstrations against this administration. The police are not military. Drones can kill by mistake. Terrorists can use drones more and more as the drones fill the skies, confusing who is targeting what. Our judges are being arrested for resisting Trump's orders to arrest and detain without due process. What astounds me is the fact that our military and police are refusing to stand against a president who's out of control. And it's not just me, the whole world is aghast at the coup that has taken over our country and the helplessness we, the Americans, have against this crazy dictator. And here you are now saying, get the police to use these drones against the people when they don't have the backbone to stand up to this dictator. So please, I hope you will say no, not at this point and not ever. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other hands up, so one more call for folks. Seeing no more hands going up via Zoom, nobody coming forward in room, I'll bring it back to the board. What's the will of the board? Yeah.
I just wanted to respond because I think some of the public comments are mischaracterizing what happened here. This legislation was carried in 2015. It was vetoed originally by Governor Brown. It was by my colleague Nora Campos, who represented San Jose. At the time, there were more high visibility concerns because some police departments throughout the state were using military equipment against protesters. That has subsided to a large extent. But this bill was a compromise to create transparency so that when police departments do utilize military equipment, sometimes it could be battering rams, sometimes it could be riot gear or drones. Whatever they use, there's a public process that's done every year so that the public knows exactly what your local sheriff or police department is utilizing and why, and the public gets to ask questions. But some of this equipment is not for the reasons that were just stated. If you're using drones, guess what? When our residents or visitors are lost out in the mountains, our sheriff's department, search and rescue, is using that drone to try to find that person. We had somebody who was swept out to the ocean, and we were able to. The sheriff's department was quickly able to use a drone to try to find that person or to find that person's remains. It was a tragic case, and guess what? In our communities and communities across our countries, there's organized crimes. There's bad people who we want, when they are threatening lives and they're murdering people, we want to make sure our department has the tools to be able to bring those individuals to justice. That's one of our most important responsibilities, is keeping us safe. The bad guys have all the equipment. They could get their hands on anything you could imagine, weapons that are more dangerous than what our local police departments and sheriff's departments have. So sometimes this equipment is used for those moments where there is a serious incident occurring in our community, and in order to save lives, you need to have those armored vehicles or protective vehicles that could further protect police lives and other lives out in our community. I just wanted to respond to that because we've been doing this every single year. It's usually not controversial because there's very little equipment that our police departments or sheriff departments end up utilizing. But when they do utilize it, it does help keep our neighborhood safe or rescue and save people's lives.
I just will echo that and share that when Jesse Grant, our sheriff's deputy who was serving a notice to vacate on a property, was shot, we did use these drones in order to make sure that we understood what was happening all around that situation as we learned in the aftermath. And so I've seen the value of this equipment being in county hands and making sure that more people are injured in the neighborhoods and also of our team and staff around those incidents. So I just wanted to call that out. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I understand some hesitation about the militarization of the police, and that's something we always have to be aware of. I think what Supervisor Lopez just brought up here is a really good point, because at that incident, as I recall correctly, the shooter was firing at drones. and that's much better than at people. The other thing to, well, going back also, we had an incident out in the Perndale area a year ago where some animals were being shot and drones were being flown around in the evening to try to identify where this, early morning hours, I should say, to identify where this person was with infrared. And so, there's a real important role that they have to play. The other thing is, it's the bad guys really have access to some really potent and powerful equipment themselves, and the last thing you want is have your local law enforcement to be outgunned. As unfortunate that is in today's world, it's the actual fact. And while I think it's important to have good controls, and we put this out in the public to look at it and see what's coming in, to look for the justification for these items, is one of the ways to keep things from being misused. But I'm going to support this as we have in the previous years.
So I hear is that a motion and a second there? Motion, second, with all the Supervisor Askew?
Just a similar comment about, during our disasters, being able to have eyes on the flooding Salinas River has given our Emergency Operations Center the ability to deploy limited resources where they were needed most. Just had the chance to see that in action. I do also, I think, just want to acknowledge that, this has been a controversial issue, and I have heard from constituents who I think appreciate the transparency that this legislation has brought, and I appreciate that the community desires to have more information, and that there is a desire to understand and have a better understanding of militarization of our local police forces. So I appreciate the presentation from the sheriff, and I appreciate the willingness to answer questions transparently. So thank you to Captain Smith and Sheriff Nieto and the team for providing the information and always being able to answer the questions that I brought forward and that residents that I represent have brought forward. I think it's an important conversation to have available to have publicly. So thank you.
Just one correction, Chief Deputy Smith, and we'll go from there. All right. So I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we'll jump into item 12. Also with the sheriff, we're going to go to Under Sheriff Boyd for a 15-minute presentation on Auditor Controller request, or a request to direct the Auditor Controller to increase appropriations by $4.2 million. Under Sheriff.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. This afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, County Administrator's Office. I am here to present a request for an increased appropriations to the Sheriff's Office budget for end of year. As I get into this, there's just two different items in this, and one does not require any additional funding to the Sheriff's budget. It's already there. The other is actually a request for funding, so specific. So today we are requesting the board to authorize and direct the Auditor Controller to increase appropriations by $4.247 million in the Sheriff's Office fiscal 24-25 budget in budget SHE 1, SHE 001, financed by a reduction in our appropriations in our budget SHE 003. Second request today is to authorize and direct the Auditor Controller to increase appropriations by $1.393,640 million to cover the shortfalls in appropriations funded by a decrease in appropriations of $2.75 million in General Fund 001 Contingencies Appropriation Unit CAO 020 with a 4/5 vote required. The summary of this item is when our budget was created for fiscal year 24-25, and the baseline budget was entered, the budgeted amounts for cost plan charges for appropriation units SHE 001 and SHE 003 were inadvertently swapped. When the cost plan changes were posted, this caused a deficit in appropriation SHE 001 of $4.247 million. And then which is why we're talking it's a swap. Those funds already exist within our budget. We're just trying to move them so the budget will pay accordingly for the balance of the year, and we need board authority. Additionally, we're seeking to increase our fiscal year 24-25 budget in the amount of $2.75 million to cover deficits in administration and enforcement operations, SHE 01, and correction operations, SHE 03. Expenditures for the year are estimated at $159.405 million, which is estimated to be at $2.75 million higher than budget, while revenues are estimated to be on target at approximately $53 million for the year. After our mid-year estimate projection of an approximate $7 million shortfall, the Sheriff's Office has exercised due diligence in reducing the projected shortfall by implementing stronger internal controls to mitigate any overspending. Procurement card spending was greatly reduced by canceling 8 unnecessary procurement cards and requiring the use of purchase orders to track expenditures in a better manner. Overtime was reduced by scheduling range days and other mandatory trainings during regular duty time whenever possible. And however, there were unexpected and unbudgeted charges that the department was not able to fully absorb. The $2.75 million overrun in payroll costs are due to various unbudgeted costs. All bargaining units within the Sheriff's Office were granted wage increases ranging from 2 to 4%, which were not budgeted at the beginning of the year. In addition, in the first half of the year, the Sheriff's Office hired 24 deputy sheriff recruits, all of which attended the basic academy for 6 months. And after graduations, those deputies entered a field training program for a minimum of 3 months. Although those 24 deputies are filling positions, they're not able to contribute to decreasing overtime expenditure costs until at least 9 months after initial hire date. For those 9 months, overtime was used to cover minimum staffing requirements. In addition, when positions are vacant or employees are off work to unanticipated leave, those shifts must be backfilled. This overtime use is completely unpredictable and impossible to budget. Therefore, it is inevitable to incur overtime to fill mandatory positions and provide law enforcement and protection services to the public. In addition, the need to hire temporary employees to fill critical functions amounted to an unbudgeted $407,000. These temporary professional staff provide support to coroner, investigations units, civil, records, and warrants, the jail, fiscal, and our IT divisions. Sheriff's budget increased significantly in the past 10 years. However, the number of professional staff did not increase in proportion with the increase in operational needs. The temporary professional staff were critical in providing support to the overall operations of the Sheriff's Office. This $2.75 million requested amount is based on known factors as of May 21st, 2025. It does not include any unexpected expenditures that may occur before June 30th, such as emergency repairs in the jail. However, the Sheriff's Office is remaining diligent in our efforts to reduce our deficit further prior to the end of the year. As noted, we were at $7 million estimated at the beginning of the mid-year, and we've worked diligently to cut that, and we continue to work diligently for the balance of this fiscal year to try to reduce our deficit even further. This request for increased appropriations will be financed by a decrease in appropriations of $2.75 million in the General Fund 001, the contingencies and appropriation unit CAO 020, reducing the available balance in that fund to $3.397 million. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Undersheriff. We'll bring it back to the dais. I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. So in terms of the 24 deputy sheriffs that have now gotten through their 9 months after initial hire, so would we expect, and I'm only asking this question because the overtime pay for sheriffs has been one of the things that has been pretty shocking to see as a new supervisor. So would we expect that overtime pay is going to become more predictable now that these 24 deputy sheriffs have been hired and are working, or is the unpredictability still high?
So it's twofold. First, we hired those 24, and then the county entered a hiring freeze. So when we hired those 24, we were bringing ourselves down to being no sworn vacancies. Over the 9 months, 10 months now since that time occurred, our vacancy rate is going up, which is going to put us in a position that we will have vacant positions. which would go against our staffing in the jail or in the jail area or even on patrol. We have implemented steps to reduce overtime in the jail. The unpredictability comes from sick calls, vacations, time off that comes in, injuries. That's where our unpredictability comes in, and then where the staffing is balanced. We're trying to balance the staffing out across the shifts to reduce the impact on each shift. We have implemented a regular review of our staffing requirements to make sure we're properly staffing, that we're not overstaffing. And then part of the unpredictability is our federal settlement. It does drive mandates that we have to do within staffing in the jail itself to make sure we meet minimums, or else we could be subject to potential sanctions with that as well. So I'd love to say we're going to be predictable, but I don't think we're in that position due to the fact we went from being full to now we're 25 down again, vacant. So
What you're saying is that in the period that we hired these 25 deputy sheriffs, we've lost the 24 deputy sheriffs, in the time that we've hired and they are now filled in a position, 24 deputy sheriffs, we've lost an additional 25?
Yes, July 1 of 2024, we were zero sworn vacancies. We added 3 as part of the budget, and we've lost, and we sit now at 25 sworn vacancies across the organization since July 1 of 2024.
And I'm sorry that I'm pressing out of just not understanding, because I know there is a difference between vacancies and that were filled positions and vacancies that exist. So 25 vacancies is because 25 bodies left the sheriff's department in that period of time?
Have retired and or separated service to pursue opportunities elsewhere. But yes, we have a high attrition rate of staff with retirements over the past year, which is, we were at the board in a prior cycle about a month ago due to our high retirement rate for the year, which I believe was 39 staff members who retired, separated service during this year, where we had to seek funding against the retirement payout, that fund that was designed for retirement. So we've just seen a high volume of transition this year.
Okay, thank you. And then this question is for the budget office. The 2.75 that's being requested from the general fund, is that something we'll hear from staff about whether or not that exists and is available?
Debbie, can you please confirm where that 2.75 is coming from? We are using contingencies, so yes, the deduction would be made to that that appropriation, and I believe we went through the budget committee, we were planning on it, so we just need the board to approve.
Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Just want to clarify, this did come from planning, I mean from budget?
This did go through budget. I think the initial request was 3.5, and higher than that 4. We got it down to 2.7 by the end of that conference.
And budget approved.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yes.
It was an agree to send to the board for discussion with a lowered number, right? Yeah. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, what's the overall number, though, that we are appropriating today? There's the 2 numbers that add up to 5.6 million.
Let me get that.
We are today only seeking 2.750 million increase in appropriation. The other item, which is listed as A on the request, the 4.247891 million, that money already is within the existing sheriff's office budget. It's just currently sitting in SHE 003, and it needs to be moved, and it should have been loaded initially, but due to an error, it was not. It should have been loaded in the SHE 001, and we're asking for, and we can't do that, auditor controller can't do that without board authorization. And so we're asking the board to authorize the auditor to move the money that already exists from one budget account to another to allow for the bills to pay properly and nothing to be held up.
And could you further explain the inadvertently swapped language? How could such an error occur with such a big price tag and such a big consequence?
it was, I wasn't the one, it was entered when the budget was created, the numbers were typed in SHE 001 versus SHE 003. The money was put in the budget, it was just put in the wrong sheriff's budget account.
But how does that then create a deficit? I don't get it. If you got revenue coming in on one line item and they're swapped with another line item as revenue coming in, how would we get an automatic deficit almost estimated at $7 million mid-year?
Oh, I'm sorry. So talking about the 7 million. So the 7 million, I don't think the 7 million applies to that. Our 7 million was our expenses were projected to at mid-year. Our expected expenses were projected to be 7 million over. And we've worked to reduce that.
Right.
That's a separate issue. That's more targeted towards, that was more in our general total budget. But we identified in May with the county administrator's budget office or early May, that we had the loading of the budget with those original funds, and that was going to impact the county's whole budget process. And so we needed the board to move that money. But we've worked, there was an error in the fiscal unit, and that led us to that predicament at the mid-year. We've tightened down the straps, and we're implementing those changes moving into future fiscal years. And, we worked diligently with the CAO's office to identify the challenge and to place in corrective measures so we could reduce our deficit on the county and the impact before the end of the fiscal year as much as possible.
Right.
So I'm trying to separate the 2 points. I mean,
got it.
From the 7.
But I'm trying to figure out, if every department had an error like this with the cost and the multi-million-dollar amounts, we would be in really a precarious financial situation. So my question is for either Deb or our CAO. Where was the mistake? Was it our budget team? Was it the internal budget staff within the sheriff's department? Because obviously this calls for like a need for better internal controls, a review. What went wrong here? Because as I had in my meetings with the sheriff, I had expressed this is not unique to her administration. The sheriff's department has historically gone over budget. Supervisor Askew and I have always raised concerns when we served on the budget committee, because every year it ended up in overruns in the multi-million dollars. And I always say that's not fair to every other department head in our county that stays on budget, makes the necessary adjustments and mitigations so that at the end of the year they're within budget and at worst only slightly off. But the sheriff's department seems to have an ongoing concerns that they're always coming over budget in the millions of dollars. And some of this seems to be, if it was our fiscal staff, how can we pinpoint where that problem was? And I know a question about whether we need an audit has come up before. Is this a time to look at what's going wrong here to provide better stability in terms of the sheriff's department, sheriff's office budget? Because the sheriff would correct me on that. On the sheriff's office budget, what is needed to have a better grasp and have some better control so that we're not doing this again down the road?
I think in the past, there's been discussion about potentially reviewing or having the budget committee take a closer look at the status of a department when they are having challenges, for whatever the reason might be. In this instance, there is various reasons as to why that adjustment is having to be made. They're listed within the report themselves, and I'm having Debbie join us online as well, because this did go to the budget committee. We have been working with the sheriff's department to address some of the budgetary challenges that they're having. There was a recent change in their fiscal side of the office, and we were at one point looking at a potential shortfall of 7 to 10 million. At this point, the shortfall has been reduced to the amount that's before us today. But we continue to monitor with the sheriff's office as well to try to ensure that we're able to keep them within budget. So, Clerk, is Debbie joined online? I just want to confirm. So in terms of additional questions that you have raised, there has been, originally there was a request of 3.5 that came to the Budget Committee. That amount has been reduced to the requested amount is now at 2.75. So there was a reduction in terms of the request, but going forward, our office is continuing to work with the Sheriff's Office to try to make sure that they're able to meet their budget. Unfortunately, I do have a Debbie working on their budget to be adopted for this month, and that's the reason why she's currently not available online. But we can continue to work with the office to make sure that they remain within budget and that we are bringing those items to the Budget Committee if that's the direction from the board.
But we're also spending the other 4.2 million, right? It's within the sheriff's budget. It was sitting there for some reason, not being utilized, but we're spending that now too.
That would have been the piece that, in the way that it was budgeted. So in looking at this report, it was the way that it was logged into the system. That's the issue. And that's the reason why he's asking for that amount to be shifted to the account that they're trying to use within the sheriff's office.
Well, I hope that after today we could actually look at this closer, whether it's the Budget Committee or an audit or something else, because I think we need to have better internal controls. And the reason I say that, it's obvious. Money is not limitless. We're making tougher decisions. Every department, the other day when we had our budget hearing, is tying up their belt and doing more with less, or getting a little bit more if they were lucky to have. And all those departments were at the numbers were much smaller. Here, the numbers are massive, and they're massive in the sense that our contingency funds and flexibility within the general fund is becoming more scarce. Mm-hmm. And then you get taken aback when the sheriff department reads releases a press statement, then saying they're millions over budget, but now trying to blame the supervisors for perhaps having to close the King City or the Monterey substations, or not having less patrol. You can't blame us if your office is coming in millions of dollars in overrun, and then blame us for decisions that you will make later. Because the reality is, every single department head that's hearing me now knows they try their best to stay within budget. And they cannot blame, if they go millions over budget, then blame the supervisors if they have to lay off staff or reduce services. It just defies logic. And so when I read that, I was like, I couldn't understand where the sheriff's office was coming from, because every year we have funded them more than any other department. We have given them more staff than any other department. So I wanted to put it in context, and I want to be fair to the public. And if they're going to put out a statement, they should be accurate, and it should reflect the reality that out of any department in the County of Monterey, we have given them more resources. And even in our budget, we gave them more positions with the limited money that we have, and even considering funding the cameras with additional Measure AA money. So I just wanted to point that out, because it did take me aback. It just reflected that there wasn't a recognition that the monies that we perhaps used to have are no longer there, and we're having to make tougher decisions, and you can't be pointing fingers elsewhere when your department is the one that has come over the most on overruns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this. And this did come to us in Budget Committee, and we did have a chance to talk about it a little bit. And I've had a little bit, I think, more time to think on it and to ponder and to form some additional questions. And think through, like, sort of where do we go from here, and how do we navigate through this question. But I do to some of the questions that Supervisor Alejo just asked. There are two fairly distinct and separate issues that are written into this single board report, which I think add to making it a more complicated. That complicate the issue, whereas there are two very separate issues. There's a a budget, swapping of dollars in a cleanup action that may, and then there's the issue of the being over budget, and they really should have been separated into two separate board reports to make it clearer to the public and for the sake of transparency. I think the fact that they're mixed in together make it confusing for anyone trying to read it and make sense of what's being asked. And I don't know if that was on purpose or if it was just to try to put things together. But it wasn't helpful in this situation. So I think cleaning up the accounting issue that needs to happen. But to the issue of being over budget. Whether it's the 2.75, whether it's the 3.5, typically when departments come to the budget committee to ask for additional allocations of contingency, they're coming to the county board and they're asking for a specific amount of money for a specific purpose. They're saying, we have this specific request for funds for a specific need. We need to purchase this car. We have something in particular that has arisen since the budget was approved, and we're requesting an additional allocation of dollars. And if we don't receive that allocation of dollars, then we won't be doing this additional project. We won't be purchasing the additional car. We won't be hiring the additional staff person. In this case, we are left in a very difficult situation because we have weeks left in the budget year, and we have a critical department saying, we just don't have any, we just overspent. And I can't tell you where the money went. I can't tell you what it is that I wouldn't be able to spend on, but there's no accounting of what it is that I need the money for. So the question that I posed to our budget staff is, if we were to say, in the event that we didn't have contingency available or didn't have the cash available, if we didn't say to the sheriff's office, we say we don't have the availability to provide this additional allocation, what does that mean? What would that mean for the sheriff's office? And so that's a question that I would like to ask publicly to Debbie here. I know what the answer was that she gave us in budget committee, but for the broader conversation, I would like to ask that question here.
Chair, if you, what I'd like to do is bring Bella on first, because she's more informed in terms of the budget that as related to the sheriff's office. She's one of the ones that's been monitoring in terms of some of the support that we've provided to try to identify what that potential shortfall would be. So if Bella, if you can answer the initial question from Supervisor Alejo, who was wanting to confirm the amount of the contingencies, but also the amount within the sheriff's office that we would be moving over to cover the shortfall.
Good afternoon, board. So in terms of the contingencies, it's as it says in the board report, we do have the contingencies budgeted for this item as supported by the budget committee. So we would still have that over $3 million available if this item were to be approved. As far as the accounting goes for kind of centralized allocated charges, such as the one that's causing the $4 million issue between their two budget units, departments allocate that during the budget process as they think their usage will be based on what revenues they think they can draw down to cover some of those costs for any sort of grant allowable expenses.
All right, and I know Debbie has joined as well. So Debbie, there was a question related to the budget committee, a response that you'd provided during budget committee about the impacts to department when they overspend and what the options are. Go ahead.
Okay, so essentially if the appropriations are not approved, then the sheriff's department would not be able to make payroll. So that's where they would be. So they could not pay vendors and not make payroll. Those would be the two things that would happen. The system would just stop them at their appropriation limit.
And so, thank you. And so just to be clear, so we didn't make a recommendation from budget. We said the recommendation from budget was this needs to come to the full board. This is a discussion that needs to happen in public, and it needs to happen with the full board because it is serious and it is significant. And so I just want to be clear that we didn't make a recommendation. It's a recommendation to bring it to the full board for discussion. And so when we find ourselves in a reality where, we as a board of supervisors have the responsibility to provide allocation to a department that provides fundamental, essential services to our community, necessary services to our community, yet we have no authority over how those dollars are spent. We're not even privy to where those dollars are spent. I don't even have an accounting of how the money has been spent, but yet I'm now responsible ultimately as a board of supervisors for providing additional millions of dollars to ensure that the deputies who are our employees get paid for the duration of this budget year. The irony, or there's some word that I don't know what word it is, but there's something happening here that is out of whack, that is not right, that needs to be further looked into. So. Whether it's, and we've talked about, how do we work better with the sheriff? How do we continue to fund the sheriff's needs? I think we have been incredibly consistent as a board in annual allocations. And, the sheriff came and asked for additional money out of the one-time dollars that we have in our uncompensated absences account. Those are one-time dollars. It's an account for uncompensated absences, but that's not something we fund every year. Those are one-time dollars that once they're gone, they're gone. So we've already allocated money from that fund. We're allocating additional money everywhere that we can. The fact that we even have contingency available in May this year is by chance and by luck. We're headed into a budget year where we won't have additional contingencies available. We're headed into a year where we're already looking at our end of year balance and almost pre-spending it so as to avoid, force reductions. And I am hard pressed to, I feel like we don't have a choice, but yet I also feel like as we move forward with the choice that we don't have to fully fund the rest of the sheriff's office's needs for the year, that we also have a due diligence responsibility to take some additional actions for the sake of our public taxpayers whose dollars we're spending, to be able to provide some accountability as to how those dollars were overspent, how they were spent, where they were spent, because clearly they were spent in excess of where the initial allocation was dedicated. So whether that's through a financial audit of the sheriff's budget from this last year or the future year, whether that's through we can delegate that to the budget committee, but I think it's something beyond a budget committee oversight. It is somebody who's going to be an expert who's working much more hands-on, tracking and ensuring that the allocations that we're providing, at least from a point of transparency, because again, even though we're making the allocation, there's no guarantee. We don't have the authority to ensure that it's spent. But if it's not being spent where we've made the allocation, we at least need to be able to know that that's not happening, and the public needs to be able to be watching that with us as well. So that's so we need to take this action, but I think we need to take an additional action as well as we move forward, because this has gone on for too long.
So I have more comments and questions. So what I'm going to do at this point is open it up to the public. I do see hands up via Zoom. I see a number that ends in 837 with a hand up. We'll go ahead and give you the floor. 837.
Hi, Brian Rosen here. You have to, contracts and agreements have to be honored. I mean, obviously people have to be paid. There's an agreement there. But also, I don't think it's a good idea just to give unconditional money, especially if they keep repeating this kind of mistake. So there needs to be some conditions like independent review board or something like that. They're not going to necessarily department and really Waste, an independent review board that really looks the appropriation unit, which maybe could go for something else that's very, very needed. I'm questioning, the police are generally very nice to me because I'm white. I generally is very nice to be commented about my comment. But on the other hand, I going on non-duty hours very, very fast, not getting a ticket, but dropping it dangerously, and there's no accountability. There shouldn't be two sets, and there needs to be efficiency in going after lawbreakers, regardless of who they are, or how powerful, or how important they are. And she can't just speed at will like that and get off scot-free. It was all over the newspapers. You all know that. So I really think that you need to please take a close look at the department. Ask the police. There's a lot of work. It could be perhaps a lot more efficient. Somebody else maybe could bring it back.
We're at time. Thank you, Mr. Rosen. I don't see any other hands up via Zoom, so I'm going to bring it to folks in the room, see if there's anybody who wishes to make public comment on this. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the dais. So I just want to share what rang in my head after the budget committee meeting was the point that if we don't do something, our employees don't get paid, right? And that to the men and women who show up every single day to serve our community to keep us safe is not fair. But what I've also heard repeatedly is we had to clamp down on the cow carts. I'm like, all right, well, I want to know what the money was spent on, right? And that's tough to me hearing that, because I know I heard that during the budget presentation. I heard that again today. And so knowing that had to be restricted and brought back and controlled is of concern. And so I would like to know what's going on there in terms of what the money was spent on. Big picture in terms of the approach on this. This is not an insignificant amount of money that we're being asked to put forward to solve this issue. And so I agree. I'd like some more transparency around where the dollars are going in a more timely manner. As was mentioned, I don't know what that structure looks like. I know that there's different legal issues around the question of how much insight, control, or oversight we have of a sheriff's budget after it's been made as an allocation as part of our budgeting process. So given that, I think as we move forward here, what we're looking for is an opportunity to truly understand how we got into this position. And I think we need that clarity as we come out of this. But again, the commitment to the men and women of the Sheriff's Department to make sure that they get their pay is critical to me. And I've heard that in one way or another, from every member on this dais. And so I want them to know that we've got their back. I just have to be clear, the concerns here are real in terms of the numbers. So with that, I'll bring it back and see Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, the last couple points I wanted to reiterate. At our last budget meeting, we had representatives of the County of Monterey Patrol Association, the Deputy Sheriff's Association. These are our frontline people working in the jail, out on patrol throughout Monterey County. They have similar concerns as they expressed, and I just wanted to make sure that that point was not that we're taking that into account now and then as well. And as my colleague rightly pointed out, in this budget process, the Board of Supervisors approves a budget and FTEs, the positions, but throughout the year, it's the sheriff that manages her budget and makes all the different operational decisions. We don't. But what we do have a responsibility to is oversight over the finances. And that's why we're asking these questions now. What we're now spending out of contingencies could have been the unassigned fund balance for our next fiscal year that we could have used for other needs that are, we know, always arise throughout the next fiscal year. And now this funding is being utilized here, almost $3 million. So I just wanted to point that out, and I also want to express to our employees that we value what they do in the Sheriff's Department. We have provided significant resources more than other departments, but they deserve to have their concerns addressed as does the Board of Supervisors as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. I'm not sure if this is something then that goes, after today's decision, goes back to the Budget Committee for consideration, but I think there are reasonable and understandable reasons, I guess reasonable reasons why it costs more to run the sheriff's office. And I think that things like 24/7 coverage and obligation to serve and running a jail and the things we heard about overtime costs being unpredictable are things that would show up if we were to look at the budget and if there was some kind of audit of the budget. I think we would have a better understanding, and I think that could be supportive of the sheriff and and helpful. But it is really uncomfortable to not have what we need in terms of understanding why. And so I think it sounds like we have to make this decision today to be able to pay employees, but it would be so helpful, I think, to everyone, whether it's the board, whether it's the sheriff, whether it's the office. I mean, if I'm not in the position, I'm not the sheriff, but were I the sheriff, I would welcome this. It's got to be incredibly difficult to, and it's something that's historic. This has happened with every single administration, and this happens throughout sheriff's offices throughout the state. So if that's something that you can continue to pursue as a budget committee, having this conversation about how we can be supportive as well as get the information that we need so the costs can be covered. That's the goal, and making sure that these services are provided and the costs are covered. And it seems like this is a perfect time to engage in some sort of audit. And so if that's something you all pursue in the Budget Committee, I would be supportive. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what would be helpful here is some, as we, if we take action to approve the recommendation that's before us, up to 2.75, and we'll ask our CAO and budget staff to work to limit that amount to the amount that's necessary to provide for payroll to meet the needs of the department. And hopefully it comes in at less than the 2.75 as required. So we'll do it up to amount. But also if we could add an additional direction to our CAO and maybe council to look at, bring back options for a budget audit of the sheriff's office for this board to consider. I think that direction from the full board would be helpful at this point.
I'll second
that. We've got a second from Alejo. I'll go to the CAO.
Just to clarify, the auditor controller would be the entity that would, let me have council speak to that.
In my opinion, the board could give direction to the CAO's office to conduct the audit, understanding that you don't have the staff perhaps. They can direct you to try to contract with a consultant to do that analysis. And I think that you can do that as part of the process for authorizing this budget increase.
Just to confirm, it would be with coordination with the auditor or controller, just given that
it doesn't have to be.
Okay,
you could.
Just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
And I do want to just speak to needing expertise, because this is a unique budget, jail and patrol, the civilian non-sworn position. So I think whoever we utilize, we need somebody who has that expertise.
All right, I have a motion and a second to my right. Any addition? Supervisor Church.
Yeah, just
Mike.
There we go. Thank you. I want to share some of these concerns with our contingency for next year. Is the contingency and any other excess funds. At the last budget meeting, we were talking about could be 10 million, and now it's going to be 7. So just everybody is fully aware that means the possibility of cuts next year, programmatic or job cuts is going to increase with this. But yet, at the same time, we got to pay these, the people in the sheriff's department. I think we're all in agreement with that. And I also understand the sheriff's department. So it's going to be different than the clerk. There's not a massive demand for overtime to suddenly go through and approve some documents. There's a lot of overtime, unexpected things that happen here, but the same thing happens, with Public Works, for example. They get emergencies and things that pop in unexpectedly, or the Department of Emergency Management, and have to deal with these. And they tend to, when there's an issue, come to us when the problem arises, and not quite as of a delay like this one is hitting us on, which I think is part of the problem. So I'll be supportive of the direction that we're going here with an audit. I would be more inclined to go with the CAO's office doing it independently. I don't want to throw another burden on the auditor. They've got the same financial constraints at this point. So that would be my leaning and direction on that.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, if I... Yeah.
Supervisor Eskin.
I thank you for bringing, and I will iterate, and I think I was very clear. I am deeply concerned about our county financial situation. I remain deeply and significantly concerned about the financial situation of the county and the limited, extremely limited one-time funds that we have rapidly depleting before our eyes. This certainly does not help the situation. I think this again reiterates the need for us to exercise extreme caution in every decision that we're making moving forward. And I believe that there will be a need for us to continue revisiting some of the decisions that we've made over the course of the year as we find the ways to bring our budget into a more structurally balanced place, which is going to require a partnership from every department and every member of our county team. So thank you for just acknowledging and saying thank you for acknowledging that reality that I'm so acutely concerned about. Thank you.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we've arrived at our break for lunch. We will reconvene here in 40 minutes, which will be 1:30. Supervisors for June 3rd, 2025. Let the record reflect all members are present. We're going to go to Kenya Cobos, who is joining us remotely to make the announcement of the interpreter.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Kenya Cobos, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenas tardes. Para alguna persona que hable español, si gusta presentar un comentario, pasa al podio en español y por favor haga sus comentarios cortos para poder ayudarle con la interpretación. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Kenya. And with that, we're going to actually call to order, my apologies, of Water Resource Agency, and let the record reflect. All members are present. And I'm going to call forward Ara Ashdarian, who's going to share with us our one scheduled matter today, which is to consider approving a GMP regulatory fee structure. And we'll send that out to you, Ara.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, supervisors. Thank you for having me. General Manager, Water Resources Agency. Joining me online is our senior hydrologist, Amy Woodrow, as well as Perrette Harmon, the General Manager of the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and her counterparts, Sarah Hargrave and Emily Gardner, are here today as well. So I will ask Amy to walk us through the fee study presentation first, then I'll offer some comments about the context and the importance of supporting the program in general, and then provide Perrette a few minutes to comment as well. So if we can get Amy's presentation up and running, that would be awesome. There we go.
All right. Thank you, Ara, and good afternoon, supervisors. This is Amy Woodrow, Senior Hydrologist. And the item before you for consideration today is approval and adoption of fiscal year 2025-2026 groundwater monitoring program regulatory fees of $160.16 per well for initial well registration, $21.86 per well for annual well registration renewal, $64.82 per well for groundwater extraction reporting, $117.68 per well for groundwater level monitoring, and $73.92 per well for groundwater quality monitoring. So I wanted to give a little bit of a review of how we got here. A couple of years ago in 2023, the agency and Salinas Valley Basin GSA did a lot of outreach with stakeholder groups to discuss groundwater monitoring in general in the Salinas Valley groundwater basin, what the best approach might be for which agency, to lead that work. The feedback we got, suggested that rather than creating separate programs or duplicating efforts, it made sense to have the Water Resources Agency undertake this program. So we moved forward with conducting a regulatory fee study, which started in July of 2024 for the groundwater monitoring program. There were updates provided shortly after we started that project to the Water Resources Agency's Finance Committee. And shortly after we started the fee study work, the Board of Supervisors approved Ordinance number 5426, which was related to the groundwater monitoring program, and at the same time adopted the groundwater monitoring program manual. And the ordinance does include language that allows for recovery of costs associated with the groundwater monitoring program by the agency through a regulatory fee. As the fee study progressed, again, we provided additional updates to the agency's committees, as well as a draft of the GMP fee study that was presented in March of 2025. And then the pace, of this project really picked up in March and April of this year, with discussion of the proposed regulatory fees as part of the agency board of directors budget workshop in March. And then during April, there were a series of public meetings, including a stakeholder workshop on the proposed regulatory fees and discussion of this item at the agency's finance committee and with their board of directors. Ultimately, the board of directors did recommend approval of the 2025-26 GMP fees to the board of supervisors. So we've brought that item forward at their recommendation. And then this board of supervisors also received a presentation from the agency in April, after which we did increase the kind of scope and outreach of information to stakeholders in partnership with the county's public information office, trying to spread the word about these proposed fees through print and social media and other ads and outlets. So to get into the proposed fees, we'll get into a little bit of detail. As I mentioned, the ordinance that was approved in October 2024 provides the agency with the authority to recover costs through a regulatory fee. There are 5 fees for your consideration today. 2 of them are related to well registration. The other 3 are related to different components of the groundwater monitoring program. So there's extraction reporting, groundwater level monitoring, and groundwater quality monitoring. And we'll talk more about each of those in the following slides. And these proposed fees will be administered on a per well basis, not a per acre basis, as is the case with some other assessments that the agency has for other projects. So the proposed fees are being brought forward under Proposition 26, which does relate to regulatory fees and allows for reasonable cost recovery of providing services. So in this case, the service is the groundwater monitoring. The fees reflect cost recovery of staff time, supplies and materials needed to conduct the work, and a portion of indirect costs as well. And these fees can be adopted by your board, and the proposed fees would go into effect on July 1st of 2025 if approved. I wanted to touch briefly on the indirect cost. As is described in the fee study, there's an indirect cost of 21% that's included with the fee. A portion of that cost, about 12% of it, is related to Water Resources Agency costs, so things like insurance, office supplies, information technology and communication devices, and about 9% of that is related to county costs, which are related to facilities, human resources, other services that the Water Resources Agency uses from the county. And we'll go fee by fee here. I'm going to start with the proposed initial well registration fee. The purpose of this is to gather information about all of the wells that are currently drilled within the Salinas Valley Basin GSA's jurisdictional area, which is shown in pink on the map there. This fee would not apply to any well that's already registered with the agency. So anybody who is maybe reporting extraction data to the agency already, those wells are registered. This fee would not apply to those cases. And, the process of doing the well registration is really to provide information about how the well is constructed and where it's located and who is responsible for, who owns that well, who would be the contact for that well. As I mentioned in the introduction, the proposed fee for this initial registration is $160.16 per well. This would be a one-time only fee, during that initial registration. The agency is estimating there might be about 50 new wells per year in terms of, based on wells that are drilled and installed. Obviously, during the initial upstart of this program, the expected number could be higher than that for wells that are existing but not registered right now. And again, as I mentioned, this would apply to all water production wells within the area shown on the map there. The second fee I wanted to discuss, which is related to well registration, is the registration renewal. So this would be an annual fee with the purpose of just checking in with the agency to verify that the information on file is correct. Perhaps, making sure that the owner information has not changed, parcel number hasn't changed, things like that. This proposed fee is $21.86 per well. It would be paid annually, and the costs associated with it are staff time for doing, verifying any data that's submitted, printing of notifications or billing, and then support of the online application that will be used to do this work. It's estimated that this annual renewal fee would apply to about 3,500 wells, as shown on the map there. Again, this would apply to water production wells within the Salinas Valley Basin GSA's jurisdictional area. The next fee I want to touch on is the groundwater extraction reporting fee. This fee would apply to any well that is extracting or pumping more than 2 acre-feet per year. So that threshold is related to how the State Department of Water Resources has defined what they call a de minimis well. Usually something that could be considered a de minimis well would be one that serves a single household, for example. But any well using more than 2 acre-feet per year would be asked to track usage and report that data to the Water Resources Agency at least once a year. So we'd be looking for monthly data, but it only needs to be submitted once a year. The associated fee with that is $64.82 per well. Again, it would be paid annually, and it's estimated that about 2,100 wells per year would be subject to that fee. The groundwater level monitoring program is a program that's used to obtain information about groundwater levels so that we can quantify impacts to the groundwater basin that may result from groundwater pumping or other climatological events like droughts or wet water years. The proposed fee for this program is $117.68 per well, and that recovers costs for staff time to collect data in the field, do data analysis and reporting, all of the vehicles and equipment that go with completing that field work, and then also some maintenance on wells that are installed just for monitoring purposes. It's estimated that this would apply to about 3,500 wells per year. And again, that would be the same group of water production wells within that jurisdiction of the Salinas Valley Basin GSA. And before we move on to the next fee, I just wanted to also mention that, while the fee applies to that larger group of wells, the agency is not visiting every single well. We use a representative network for data collection, and this, provides cost-saving benefits because we don't need to visit every single well to understand and gather the data to help understand what's happening regionally. And it does inform management across the entire basin for all of the wells that access the groundwater basin. So the figures here are just to try to illustrate the difference in the distribution between the presence of wells that are drilled, which is on the left, and the approximately 540 wells that are actually visited to collect a data point. And then finally, the groundwater quality monitoring program. The agency's program is currently geared toward monitoring groundwater quality for seawater intrusion. So to understand the extent and movement of seawater intrusion in those groundwater basins that are monitoring for that water quality condition. The proposed fee for the groundwater monitoring or groundwater quality monitoring program is $73.92 per well. It covers staff time to visit about 150 wells and then the related data collection, analysis, equipment, things like that. This fee would apply to water production wells in the 180 and 400-foot aquifer subbasin, the east side, the Langley, and the Monterey subbasins, which are those subbasins that have criteria for monitoring for seawater intrusion as part of their groundwater sustainability plans. So in total, it's about 2,300 wells where this fee would apply. This slide is just a summary table of those 5 fees that we just talked about. And I'll hop ahead quickly to this table, which is aimed at kind of combining the different fees to demonstrate the range of fees that could apply to a given well depending on its location and how much water it pumps. So for example, a well that's not monitored for seawater intrusion or not in an area that's monitored for seawater intrusion and that doesn't report groundwater extraction data would have that fee of $139.54. And then the combined fees could range up to $278.28 per well for a well that is receiving all 4 of the fees. So the registration, the levels, the extraction reporting, and the water quality. And I will hand things back over to Ara now. Thank you.
And I'll pause there if there are any questions on the fee study itself.
Questions from the dais? Not at this point.
Yeah, so I'll start by just stating the obvious. No well owner wants a new fee. None of us do. And so, you know, why are we proposing it? And it really comes down to two things when I think about it. It comes down to just good groundwater resource management, the fact that we want our groundwater resources to last and to be reliable and to be of sufficient quality. And so there's just that good stewardship, good governance piece of the need to do it. And that's really the history of the program that the Water Resources Agency began performing 30 years ago. And of course, there's, you know, why the change in intensity, why the expansion, why the need to be more reliable. And this ties into, you know, the regulatory change that occurred in 2014 when the state adopted the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and established groundwater sustainability as a policy of the state. And so how are we going about achieving that? And so one of the great things that SGMA did was allow for local jurisdictions to establish their own entities to govern and plan and implement sustainability plans. And so in 2017, the Salinas Valley Basin GSA was formed, and they quickly went to work and began writing their groundwater sustainability plans and submitting that first one in 2020, which was approved by DWR with comments, what DWR refers to as corrective actions. And part of DWR's observation was the fact that the groundwater basins, subbasins that DWR had established, identified, didn't align with the areas that we had been historically monitoring, therefore the need to expand into new spaces. As the Salinas Valley Basin GSA began considering how to meet that need imposed by DWR, they began considering standing up a parallel program, similar to but separate from. And that was about 2 years ago when I came on at the Water Resources Agency. Brett Harmon, my counterpart at the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, was also new, and as we were beginning to meet each other, these conversations about roles and responsibilities of the agencies blossomed. Discussions about, you know, how can we work together to improve efficiency, improve transparency, minimize costs and confusion. And that led to the stakeholder outreach that Amy had referred to earlier and ultimately to Ordinance 2024. So a natural question, of course, when we're talking about a new program and a new fee, are what are the benefits? And I think here categorically they fall in two directions, right? There are the tangible benefits, and just simply put, you know, good data supports good management. At the end of the day, we want our management actions to be right-sized. If we overmanage, then we're wasting resources and we're incurring costs unnecessarily. If we undermanage, we're not going to achieve our sustainability objectives and we risk intervention by the state. I'm confident we're not going to get to that point, but just for comparison, looking over the hill into the San Joaquin Valley, recent in the news is the Chowchilla Basin. The State Water Resources Control Board stepped in there. They're trying to extract themselves from that now. But when the state board came in, they imposed a $350 annual registration fee. We're proposing a $22 fee. The entirety of our proposed costs don't add up to that annual registration fee. In addition, on non-de minimis wells, they required the installation of water meters, which has not been a Monterey County requirement in the past. We allow for different methods of measuring water, and they also imposed a $20 per acre foot fee for groundwater pumped. And so the costs or the avoidance costs could be substantial. Again, I don't think we end up in that basin, but just to have a better understanding of what other areas of the state that haven't been able to come together on these things are experiencing, I think is enlightening. And then there's the intangibles, right? The value of self-determination, the ability to govern ourselves, to plan for our own future, to develop solutions that are appropriate for the region, both in terms of cost and action even the politics of it, right? And so hard to put a value on that, but I do think it is highly valuable. In the end, the question isn't, is this monitoring going to occur? Someone's going to do this monitoring, and someone's going to have to recover the cost of that program. The question is, who can do it efficiently, reliably, and at a reasonable cost? And so we've spent the last 2 years developing a very thoughtful and appropriate groundwater monitoring program with reasonable costs, and we continue to evolve that based on continuing stakeholder input and learning as we go. One of the other questions that comes up, of course, is why allocate costs on a per well basis? And this was a big subject last year when we were working on drafting the ordinance. And the simple fact of the matter is the scale of the program is dependent on the number of wells in it. If there were no wells in a subbasin, there would be no cost, there would be no region. Or said a little differently, if I own 100 acres and I have one well and a neighbor owns 100 acres and has 10 wells, but we're paying the same thing because it's on a per acre basis, it just didn't seem equitable. And so as we thought through an extraction-based cost, as we thought through an acreage-based cost, we concluded that a per well fee is the most equitable path forward. The other issue on the extraction piece is the Monterey County hasn't had extraction fees in the past, and there was a lot of discomfort with the proposal, to the extent that the ordinance that was adopted says expressly that we will not recover the costs of this program or that ordinance via an extraction rate. And so that was how we got there. So as Amy indicated, there are a range of costs for, our de minimis residential users. They will range somewhere between $140 and $215 per year, depending on where you are in the valley. Of course, for our low-income residents, that can be impactful. And we certainly, appreciate the challenge there. We have spent some time looking at the potential of establishing some sort of program to assist folks. So one of the things that has come to light as that conversation has moved forward is, for the agency anyways, under the voter-approved Prop 26, we're just not allowed to stand up that sort of program. We can't charge more to one group to charge less to another group. It's just, an inhibition of the legislation. But that doesn't mean there couldn't be another funding source, right? It could be the county, the state, a philanthropist. If we think that there are 1,400 de minimis wells in the county, and you want to assume half of them are, would be eligible for a program like this, and, we're talking about, something around $200,000 a year. So it's not a huge sum, but again, that is just a gross estimate because we haven't done this before. We would also, if we went forward on that path, we would need to establish eligibility and verification systems. And I think one of the other questions that comes up with respect to benefits for those residential users who have, for so long just peacefully enjoyed, the operations of their well, what's in it for them? And one of the things we saw, again, in the San Joaquin Valley and that catalyzed Sigma was the fact that it's that group of well users that really are at the most risk, and therefore have the most to benefit from this program, because as groundwater levels were dropping and as water quality was degrading, they couldn't see those changes coming because there wasn't a program there looking out for them, essentially. And so by standing this program up and giving it the funding it needs, we can provide that benefit to those residential and small system owners. So lastly, just circling back and just setting the regulatory mandate aside, again, we should want to monitor and manage our groundwater. We are all dependent on it. And so it's really about protecting our groundwater for the future, for all of the communities that rely on it, for our agricultural economy, and for the culture of Monterey County. So those are my remarks regarding this. I thank you for the time and the attention, and I'd like to offer a few minutes to Perrette Harmon, if that's okay. Thank you. And I'm available for questions, of course.
Perrette.
Thank you, Aura. Good afternoon, supervisors. Aura and I, we've been working so closely on this effort. And this morning when we were chatting, I was telling him I want to speak. I want to support, offer my support for this. And I do not want to waste time and to be redundant and duplicative. And so he said it perfectly. I don't have a whole lot to add. I want to commend you all, and I want to say a big thank you to the stakeholders, because a year ago we were going down the path that was a big change. The new ordinance and new way of doing things was something that has not really been done here before. And I was super, super excited and that this ordinance passed, because that truly is the way. It's a testimony of public agencies can be efficient. They can do things that is not the typical answer of, we've always done it this way. So something that you all adopted and approved a year ago is now gonna be needing to carry it out. And we have this incredible, valuable asset that is local. It's a groundwater. And we are kind of unique in the state, because we are on our own. This is ours, and it's local, and it needs to be managed locally. And I was just this morning getting ready for this meeting, I was thinking about it. What is it about it? We want the groundwater to be healthy. And if it's having problems today, we need to know what are the problems. We can't cure it. We can't come up with a treatment based on the symptoms. So we really need to test it. We need to go and verify that this is the best treatment what we're planning. And similarly, for those regions that are not currently experiencing any negative impacts, it's kind of like you go to the doctor and the best cure is stay healthy, be proactive, do preventative care. But the only way to know that we are doing right by, this is what we've chosen, is we need to measure it. We need to run tests. So it's really kind of going back to that we need it, we have to do it. Not only do we have to do it for Sigma compliance, but we have to do it for the people that are relying on this water locally. So we need to do it for the ag, we need to do it for the rural residents, we need to do it for the public water systems. We need to understand what is the condition of the water, groundwater, and what is the best way to assure that we are implementing the right projects and continuing to have that precious resource. So I have really very little to add, but thank you for attention, and I'll stand by if you have any questions. And I have Sarah and Emily in the room there. They've been in the weeds with Amy and Shauna and the staff, and they know the details much better than I do. So thank you again.
Thank you, Perrette. I'll bring it back to the dais. Comments, questions at this point before we go to the public? I see Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. Just to clarify, this is residential and commercial wells. It's all wells in the area of study.
Yeah, so within the Salinas Valley Basin GSA jurisdiction, it would be all wells that register, all wells that are subject to water level, wells that pump less than 2 acre-feet per year, don't need to report, and then wells that are outside of those 4 subbasins don't have the water quality component. So that's why we broke it up into different pieces, is so we could tailor the fee to the subbasins needs.
Okay, and then I've got several questions. The question, what you just mentioned, the de minimis under 2 acre-feet per year, what is an average household, residential household use?
I would guess a rural residential household, so with, landscaping is probably up to about 1/2 an acre-foot a year, or 1/3 to 1/2.
1/3 to 1/2 acre-foot, and that actually is a lot, I think. I think it could even be less. Mr. Spencer might know the answer to that question, but I'm just curious. So you potentially could have individuals that are using up to 2 acre-feet per year that are below one of these fees you're proposing? They would just be the annual 160, but nothing else? Do I understand that correctly?
It would be the combination of the annual registration and then the groundwater level. And then in the areas where water quality monitoring is required, it would have that third component. And so for de minimis wells, the range is 140 to 215.
Okay. So all the fees that are being proposed, de minimis wells, what are they exempt from?
The reporting requirements, and in the subbasins that don't have the water quality requirements, they're exempt from that.
Okay. And then in terms of the example you gave, I think, from Chowchilla, if we don't do this, you have an example that you provided of the state coming in and charging more for the same thing you're asking for?
It's in the areas that haven't been able to move their sustainability objectives forward, the state has come in and it brings in not substitute costs. Those are costs that are in addition to, because the state board is basically coming in as an enforcement agency. The GSA that is responsible for that groundwater basin is still there doing all the work it needs to be doing, perhaps even more at this point, so they can get disentangled. And then, of course, there's the potential costs of litigation, which we've seen going on in the Tulare Basin in the southern San Joaquin Valley.
And then if we don't do these fee structure and get these measurements, are there other strategies for managing the basin, for getting the information that we need to be able to move forward with our SGMA obligations?
Yeah, I think, Plan B would be the Water Resources Agency and the Salinas Valley Basin GSA huddling back up again and having that very conversation. It's like, okay, what can we change here, and what does that other path forward look
like? Yeah. And then what other fees does a well owner pay outside of the fees you're proposing today in terms of their water usage?
As I understand it, there would be few other costs associated, right? And so if they're drilling a new well, there's the permit to drill that well. If they're repairing a well, there's a permit for that. But there isn't necessarily an ongoing fee for well ownership. It would be the cost of operating and maintaining the well, or the main
okay.
Well owner would face.
So as an example, when I drilled mine, it was about $4,000 for the fee, $100,000, $110,000 to drill the well itself. And then I pay my electricity every month on top of that, right? So, yeah, I've got another mortgage to pay as part of my cost.
For the well itself?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then did I have one more question? I think for now that answered all my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Church, saw your hand up.
Yeah, I think I have a lot of questions and comments. I think I should wait till after public comments done.
Okay. Anybody else before we go to public comment? All right, let's go to public comment. Invite folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized. Don't see anybody coming forward in room, so I'm going to go to Zoom. I do see a hand up from Mike Weaver. Mr. Weaver, we'll go ahead and give you the floor first. Mr. Weaver, you have to unmute yourself.
I'll start over, thank you. Some transparency, I volunteered for and was accepted and appointed to the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, the Monterey area, which includes the Toro area, part of Supervisor Daniels' district. This meeting today comes as quite a surprise. The specificity of the fees and who's going to be included in all this has not come up before us. I have pointed out that the small water systems in Monterey County are already registered with the Environmental Health Bureau and are already paying an annual fee. We're assigned a number, we pay a fee. They've got records. I've suggested that maybe the SVB GSA reach out to the Environmental Health Bureau and give them some help and or get their data prior to launching this duplicative fees and more fees and fees on top of fees. It's not the small water users that are causing a problem because they know if their well goes dry, they really are, they have a lot of trouble. So I have suggested and sent a letter in that any small water system, 4 connections or less, should be considered de minimis. They're not the ones causing the problem. So those are my comments, and I hope it's been informative today. I hope you take it into advisement and consideration, but don't make any action on it because the Monterey Area Committee and other committees are still meeting actively on this and discussing and working through it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. We're going to go to Christopher Bunn next. Christopher, you'll need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Great, thank you. Chris Bond with the Salinas Basin Water Alliance. The Alliance appreciates the decision not to duplicate efforts and keep this all within one agency, as opposed to both Water Resource Agency and the GSA both collecting data. And we also understand and agree that we need to have good data in relation to the valley's groundwater and then how that plays out in the projects and management actions that the SVB GSA is modeling and studying. But we have 2 critiques. First, we expect that the water quality testing has the flexibility in its protocol to evolve and perhaps in the future have an entity like Preservation Inc. Take on that testing and include it with the quality testing that they're already doing for the ag community. And again, we expect that might be an evolution that we see in the future in order to save money. And then as far as the quality, if we want the groundwater to be healthy, like Ms. Harmon remarked, we also would expect that the testing of quality in the future not be restricted just to chlorides, but would include other contaminants such as arsenics and cadmiums. We do want to keep our groundwater healthy. So there's more going on in the valley than just chlorides as far as contaminants. And then our second critique is on the protocol for level monitoring. And we think this data collection should occur in the late fall and early spring in order to properly and more realistically represent the annual use and then recovery of the groundwater basin through the winter. We think this is a pretty serious point on the level data because that data is used by the SVBGSA and its decisions on fees, projects, and management actions. So the better data we have on those levels, the better outcome that agency is going to arrive at with its decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Bunn. We're at time. I'm going to go to Nancy Isaacson next.
Thank you, Nancy Isaacson, Salinas Valley Water Coalition. I want to really thank staff. I want to thank R and his staff, Perrette Harmon and her staff for reaching out to the community. And this goes back a year and a half ago when they first started meeting with the various stakeholders, talking about the changes that needed to occur in order to gather the data that's needed for the GSA as well as for the water agency. And then how could we work together to best make it happen? And while everyone isn't necessarily happy with the way things have come about, the Salinas Valley Water Coalition does think that it's a good and reasonable method and program. I appreciate our also clarifying about the low income and in some individual residential wells and the programs that are available or are not available. And it made me think that maybe we should be doing more and working together. We, the ag community, as well as, work with the GSA and the Water Resource Agency to develop some program, because some of these fees could be pretty stiff for low income, single family well owners. So, but I want to thank you. We thank you for your leadership on this. And we agree we need the best data possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. We're going to go to Margie K next. Margie, we'll give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
I want to thank my friend Michael Weaver. We didn't discuss this issue, but he said exactly what I've been saying all along also, that environmental health has info on wells. I got a replacement well installed in 1999, so they have all my information, and I do too. So I'm not quite sure why we should be paying money when the information is already there at environmental health. I've got a de minimis well in a rural residential zone area of North County in the 1,800-foot aquifer, and I totally support the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. When the recommendation committee was formed, I did get a seat as a public member, took a few months, and I definitely understand all the needs of all this. It's just that I'm afraid that many of us small rural residential properties with our own wells that we're responsible for are going to be paying the same amount of money as larger mutual well systems, and that we know that agriculture does use the lion's share of the water. So I'm waiting to see where this is. I've been sending notes to messages to my neighbors to let them know this is coming, that they're having to open up their wallets in the future to this, and hoping that they understand it. And I just don't quite understand why we have to have our wells registered when we already have it with environmental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. I don't see any other hands up on Zoom, so if you're on Zoom and wish to talk, you'll need to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline. That's Margie again. We'll go ahead and see if there's anyone else in the room. All right, see nobody coming forward. Ara.
With respect to the data that's collected by environmental health, we are aware of that, and we have been working with environmental health. The well quantity estimates that we have are based on data that has been held by the Water Resources Agency, by the county's environmental health, and by the state as well when well completion reports are submitted to them. So we have been mining existing data sets to better our understanding of what exists in the valley. We know it's imperfect. We know that there are wells that aren't in those data sets that exist, and we'll learn more as we go forward. But we've done our very best. And so if that data is available to us, then we wouldn't be asking someone to pay that initial fee because, you know, we've already secured it through another means.
All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the dais at this point. Ara, do you know how many of the users of the potential impacted wells here are de minimis users?
We don't have a precise number. I would say up to 1,400 of the 3,500.
I'm going to go
About
to
a third, yeah.
Supervisor Church.
As I was saying, I have quite a number of questions and comments to make here, and I'm not even going to go through most of them because it'll just take on too long. But I, first want to emphasize it's a critical program that we do. We don't want the state coming in, and I appreciate all the work that Water Resources and the GSA have done. It's a difficult task. Putting this together, trying to lay things out. Unfortunately, I have real concerns with it. This is one of those things that when the board gave direction and approved to include de minimis, we didn't have a number that was used, amount that would be involved, or the cost of the program, or how it would be laid out. And so the scope of this program has kind of gone in a direction totally different than what I anticipated onto it. I think one of the problems that come about is, as you made mention of, and worked with stakeholders on this, but I don't think we worked with very many de minimis stakeholders into that. And part of that stands out is when I look at this, and we talk about 1,400 of the 3,500 identified wells being de minimis, and for my calculations, they're probably using less than 1% or 1% of the water in the valley, but are actually going to be paying for half the program. So there's a real concern there and unfairness that I'm seeing into there. As I guess the first thing I want to kind of look at here that I have seen as a real problem, and we met here a week or two ago, Ara, and went over a number of things and within my district and used numbers into there. And as is pointed out in this program, 3,500 wells have been identified. 1,100 are domestic single connection wells. There's 195 local small water to state small water system wells. These are the 2 to 14 connections. 157 are identified in my district, and there's 1,900 agricultural wells, plus another 300 public water and municipal wells, which are basically 15 and up on connections. After we had our meeting, I was thinking about that with 157 connections of these small wells. And I realized, I looked on the environmental health website, and there's 969 small water, local to state small water systems, again, the 2 to 14 connections. And knowing that in my district I have half the unincorporated population, and my understanding has always been we have half of the small water systems, this is only a small fraction of it. So I printed out the list of the water systems that are on the environmental health website, and asked my staff to go through and identify all that were in my district. Of the 969, 690 are there, not 157. Now, many of them into the north are part of the Pajaro Valley water system. So I kind of went through this and took out about 176, but I still end up with over 500 in my district when we've only identified 195 for the whole basin. So this one of my big problems right here is I don't think we've identified everybody, and I don't know what there is in terms of domestic wells. Margie Kay, or was that, I think she mentioned a well that she had, in 1999, but there's a lot of wells out there that are a lot older. We don't have information on. So as I start looking at this, we're getting domestic wells, it could be a lot more than 1,100. The water systems, we don't have the right number on this. And all this really means is that the de minimis numbers are even higher than 1,400 out of 3,500. So we're putting a program together that's going to be monitoring groundwater levels because we're concerned about those levels dropping. And the bulk of the people paying it are going to be people who are using barely 1% of the water. And so there's a real inherent unfairness that I have with this. And one reason why I'm not going to be able to support where the direction is going on today. I do want to kind of look at a couple of on the fees as well after touching upon that point. So the initial well registration of $160.16. If I heard Amy understand, that's going to be applied to maybe the 50 new wells that get drilled every year or so. So what happens then with all these wells that we haven't identified that have been maybe existing for decades, or maybe have been skipped? Or when they get brought in, are they going to have to pay $160? It seems like that would not be fair. It should only be new wells being put in. And and as I look at the annual renewal fee of $21.86, it's a small fee, but I'm left here wondering, why do people have to go through and send in a $20 fee and give extra paperwork to confirm to the administrators of this when we already have all their information? If we're only concerned about making sure that there hasn't been a change in ownership, well, we can attach that fee down to down to the assessor's office. When a property is sold and going to be reassessed, it can be added on, and you can have that new ownership changed right there, and it reduces an extra fee, an extra step for both our staff and both the property owners. On the guidelines onto here, I have a few questions on that, trying to understand where all this. Well, first, before I get into that, one thing I want to kind of point out again on the unfairness aspect of it is when we look at these wells. I look at this. At the city of Salinas has got 41 wells, and they're only going to pay $200 to $300 per well. Let's just say they're paying $300, the max amount. They're going to pay $12,000. In the city of Salinas' population of 165, 170,000, they're paying basically about 1.5% of the budget of this program, and yet or probably have half to 2/3 of the population, somewhere in there, of the whole district and of the whole basin. And as you look at all these de minimis users, they're carrying the burden financially. So going back here to the Monterey, the Water Resource and Groundwater Monitoring Program manual, and I look down here for every well that we're wanting to get information on, and this is where I'm concerned about people that have wells or water systems that have not been we don't have records on. They may not have records on them, and there's 18 steps of things that we're asking on. Some of these wells are old. Some of them people will have purchased it with a well. They're not going to know necessarily the casing diameter or the material or the drilling method that was involved, and yet this is data that's supposed to be submitted to the agency. And I don't know how we're going to deal with those cases when we don't have identified the well. The people that own the well aren't necessarily going to be identified. And I think this is going to be a case with a lot of water systems too. I also saw that abandoned wells were mentioned in here under the status. And if we got an abandoned well, why are we even considering that into there? I know you made mention that there's several different ways to measure the water quantity that can be done. Some of these I'm not familiar with at all. I'm sort of old school. I know meters into that way. And meters run from the cost that I received from a well driller run about $500 to $2,500 a piece. So if there's cheaper ways that can be done, that's fine. But everybody is going to have some way to measure how much water they use in a year to know if they're going to be de minimis or not. So this means you have all these wells out here that are owned by individual well owners or small water systems. They might have the systems may have a meter on their well, but a lot of them, like in my water system with 32 connections, we don't have water meters on each connection going out there. We have one each on the wells. So is that going to require then that all these systems are now going to have to put out meters eventually? I mean, I guess that's going to be the case with the non-de minimis, with some of the larger water systems, maybe 6, 7, 8 connections, from what I understand, because they're supposed to do monthly reporting, but they're also supposed to identify how the water is being used. And there's a lot of water systems that have some businesses and residential, some have farms, some have home businesses. I mean, there's a whole range of questions here to be sorted through that I just don't think we're really truly addressing. But I look at this; it's a lot more than the cost of just the $200 to $300, and it's talking about this, whether a meter or however this is going to be measured on the water into there, and that's going to be a cost even if it's not a meter, because somebody's got to come in and do this. A lot of these people aren't going to be doing it. So I am really concerned about a lot of people on limited income, elderly people, who now we're throwing a burden on and no way to help them. Plus just the complications involved here. This 18 steps involved in and how we're going to register the well. Let me see. I think that's probably. I mean, as I say, there's a whole range of other questions I have, but I've just tried to hit some of the major points out of here, and I'm not in a position where I feel this program's ready to go forward. I don't think we have anywhere near the count of the wells that are out there. So I just it's set up at this point.
Let me mute. I think that was Kenya. Perfect. All right. Bring it back. I just want to share, I'm kind of in a similar boat, but not to the same extent as Supervisor Church. You know, for me, I spend an hour a day and a half, an average time of an hour on calls with constituents who were really fired up about this, really concerned. And the ones that hit me the hardest were the ones who talked about the impact on their home budget and how close they're already cutting it. And like me, a lot of them said, I'm still paying off my well, yet now this is going to be stacked on top. It's why I've continued to ask about the ability to do a program, and it's hard for me to sit here today saying, well, we'll keep thinking about it, and it's time to go. I'm not ready yet based on that. The one solution that I see, so here's a question. Were de minimis users included in the program that you talked about where the state took over, or were de minimis users exempted?
They were exempted from the water meter and the $20 fee, but my understanding is all wells had to register.
So, but that was like a one-time registration fee?
Annual.
Annual, okay. So under the Prop 26, could we choose to exempt de minimis users?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. So that's where I'm leaning. I mean, after all those conversations with constituents about their concerns, that is where I'm more comfortable, just given the numbers. I see Kelly coming forward. I'm sure she wants to give me a legal response to the last question.
All right. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Kelly Donlin from the County Counsel's Office. As Ara alluded to when he presented this initially, we can't subsidize low-income users. We can't make other fee payers pay more. The fee could be reduced to not include certain low-income people, but that would mean less recovery to water resources for the staff time to provide this program. And I think in some instances you've seen certain low-income individuals be subsidized, and those are in separate situations for providers that are regulated by the PUC. This is a regulatory fee under Prop 26.
But I'm saying overall, can de minimis, you're saying de minimis cannot be exempted from the program, from the registration fees?
Mm-hmm.
So regarding the de minimis, and this is part of the unique relationship between the Water Resources Agency and the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, is in essence what we're proposing to do is provide the GSA a service. And it's the GSA, through its decision-making process and governance structure, that has decided that de minimis wells should be registered. And so that is changeable, as I understand it, and I would defer to Perrette or someone from the SVB GSA, but it isn't a requirement that the Water Resources Agency imposed. And so it's one of those roles and responsibilities issues.
So maybe Perrette could help with that. And just while she's considering that, I think the challenge is, I get that it's an $800,000 program, and the question is, how do you break it apart? I get that. I get that the cost is going to rise in other places. But when we talk about the data that Supervisor Church pointed out about users and amounts, to me, that's a fair way to balance it, in my opinion. But I'll see if Perrette has a response on the agencies.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one. It is not a regulatory requirement to include de minimis users in a well registration program. This was done exactly with the goal in mind that those are the most vulnerable groundwater users in an area that we don't have a good data for. So in order to have the good data and to protect those people, if we exclude, and they tend to be clustered. Supervisor Church's district is one of them, where we really don't have a good handle, good finger on the pulse there. And those are the users we're most worried about. So if we exclude them from the program, and what happens is, I think the question came up from Supervisor Church, why do we need to know that a well is abandoned? Well, because currently we are in our model, in our groundwater model, for example, we make a lot of assumptions. We make assumptions about how many wells, we make assumptions about the total volume of water that extracted, because we don't ask them to report that. So we are counting wells and putting a number in terms of acre feet per year that is used there. We are also assuming about the depth and where it's screened, in what aquifer. So a lot of those assumptions, we don't think they are serving us well. We would much rather have real data that is backed by the information, boots on the ground, so we can appropriately design the solutions for those populations. So the answer is yes, we could exclude them there, but I would come back with who would we harm if we exclude them? We would harm the same set of users, and we don't want to do that.
Weren't de minimis users excluded from the reporting, though? So
extraction, we're not asking them to report the extractions, and they are not included in paying that fee.
Yeah, so I get that we're not doing the extraction from them, but then the challenge then would be having wells for monitoring in that region, but they're not reporting their own levels anyway, right? Don't we have, I mean, so who's actually going out and doing the monitoring in those communities where we have these clustered wells? Are you looking for volunteers? I mean, we told these folks we're not putting boots on the ground at your house. Now we're putting boots on the ground at your house.
So for the groundwater level monitoring and the water quality monitoring, again, we don't go and visit each and every well. That would be prohibitively expensive. We monitor a network of wells that we have access to for those purposes. And as we move into new areas, we've understood from the beginning that that's an ability that we're going to have to grow. We recognize that areas like the Langley, as an example, would be our greatest challenge because we have the least amount of information about them. And I agree, our estimates are probably soft, but in order to improve those numbers and improve that understanding, we have to start somewhere. And so it isn't that there's an expectation on our part that, you know, on day one, everybody's going to be able to meet these requirements. I agree with Supervisor Church completely. Some people aren't going to be able to tell us what their well's about, and we'll just have to annotate that. Others can. And so it's about improving the quality of the data that we have, improving our understanding moving forward, not instantaneously, but over time. And again, I think we understood from the beginning that this was going to be an evolution and take some time to implement.
This is only, we're only talking, I'm sorry to jump in, but I understand, considering these, some of the most vulnerable, we don't have data there, but as was pointed out earlier, these individual wells, for example, are only maybe half an acre at most. I mean, half a water acre at most of use. And now those 1,100 domestic wells, that's only 500 or 600, acre feet. The whole valley, the whole basin is over 400,000 acres. So when you start looking at these minimus users, you're only talking about 1%. The data we're getting is going to be literally a drop in a bucket. And while I'm not saying, it's not good data to have, what the data we get from them isn't going to be protecting them. Because the 99% of the data we have elsewhere is what's really going to be driving what we do.
We'll go to Supervisor Askew and then Supervisor Daniels.
Yeah, thank you. So, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding, and I'm hearing the concerns, and I'm also trying to understand the perspective of what I'm hearing from our staff. So a couple questions. So when we talk about de minimis user, who determines the definition of a de minimis user? What is where is that definition coming from?
The definition of a de minimis user comes from the state.
So the state has a definition. Okay, so that's a specific definition from the state.
2 acre feet or less a year of use.
Of use. Okay. And so our guess of 1,400 of 3,500 wells being de minimis, we're assuming that, but we don't really know that.
Yeah, we don't have a perfect number on that. That's our working assumption or estimate right now.
And so by starting with collecting this data, by getting everybody to participate, we then would be able to know for sure who falls into a category as a de minimis user and who doesn't, verifying assumptions that we we feel, it sounds like confident from what I'm hearing about, and then moving forward, fees would then be adjusted and decisions would be made as we go forward. But what I'm hearing also is that there's a concern that once you've got data, once people are registered, once they're in the system, that the sort of the slippery slope of like, oh, hey, now we've got your well registered, now you're in an annual fee situation, that you're now participating in ongoing annual fee requirements. So is that part of what the fear that I'm hearing?
Less so for me. It's for my folks. It's the cost.
Just simply the cost.
Simply the cost.
Okay. So
not the. I mean, I had a couple of the folks say, who nobody needs to know what I have on my property.
Knows, okay,
yeah, but
okay.
very few.
So okay, well, so partly that, and then partly ongoing, right? So like, leave me alone, let me do my thing. So whether it's the current cost or the future cost, the other piece that I'm reading and I'm hearing and I'm trying to understand is part of why we're doing this is so that we can maintain local governance and local control over our basin, and maintain the lowest cost options possible. And the risk of not moving forward with what is my understanding of what I was reading was that this is relative to a bigger concept, relatively a lower fee per well as a starting point. That by taking these steps now, we're protecting ourselves from. We're maintaining our local authority to make decisions, and preventing someone else from outside of our local jurisdiction from coming in and then making decisions that we then don't necessarily have authority over what those costs are, who's included, what the parameters are, which I think is a priority from where I sit. Can you just speak a little bit more to what the risk is of not acting now in the way that's proposed? Or am I misunderstanding that in some way?
No, I don't think so. And so when I think about the costs piece of it, I think about it, in sort of in three categories. And so if the current estimate of the number of wells is low, and that's likely true, as more wells are identified, that rate per well is going to go down. One of the benefits of this approach is by spreading these costs out over all of the wells, we're getting those economies of scale. So as more wells come forward and we understand them, the cost per well will go down. I think from the local perspective, the most important thing, though, as we move forward and we start making decisions about what future management actions are going to be, that we've got good data so we're making the right decisions, right? We don't want to guess at a project or guess at a management action. We want to make informed decisions so that the costs that we're paying for that management action are relative to that action, right? We're not over-managing, and then on the other side of things, the risk of under-managing. And the risk of under-managing really hits those domestic users first because they don't have a system in place for the most part to monitor their own wells. Some of the ag producers, have very sophisticated equipment on their wells for good reason. They have a lot at stake. Most domestic users aren't in that situation, and so it's beneficial for them to have an entity like the SVB GSA, watching what's going on in that groundwater and making sound decisions about it. Not only does that mean that the solutions going forward are the right size, but to your point about the potential for state intervention, it exists. I mean, the state is exercising, is flexing its muscle in the areas where there isn't cohesion or commitment to implementing SGMA, and they're demonstrating the burden that can come with that. And so I don't think we're there I have a hard time imagining us getting there, but the threat is real. The state board is certainly, has demonstrated that in the San Joaquin Valley.
But one point on that, Supervisor asking in terms of the time frame, we're not under threat right now, right? We're working towards progress. We're showing that, so there's no need to go today. Just to get to that last part of your question.
Right. So I don't like being backed into corners, I guess, is where I'm at. And I think that, we also oftentimes are talking about, making data-based decisions. And what we have in front of us is a plan that allows us to continue to collect data so that we are positioned to continue making data-informed decisions that ultimately allow us to protect our small water users, that don't leave us backed into corners, that don't leave individual property owners who are those who would be the least prepared to navigate a situation where their water source, where their well goes dry, where their well gets infiltrated with, pollutants because of mismanagement of the system, the basin as a whole. I think that the intention, the larger intention of the work that needs to be done here, really is to be proactive. We can't fund this work through other mechanisms. That's clear. This is a situation where I think, given what I'm hearing from my colleagues, it would make sense to have some funding available either through an offset program, which apparently is not an option in this case, or grant funds for folks that don't have these are, I'm assuming when you have a de minimis well and you're in an unincorporated property, and I'm assuming if, for many of these folks, if you are on limited income, what is the amount that we're talking about per year? You add a couple $100, like that is not de minimis in the scheme of us, managing a budget. I hear that, I get that. But so would losing access to your water supply be for you or your children or whoever happens to be on that property when that reality hits. I'm inclined to say this is something that is the right strategy to move forward with, and the work's been done and the legwork's been done, and kicking the can down the road is not. That's not what I got elected to do, is to kick the can down the road to leave problems for future generations to have to deal with. So, and also I'm listening to what I'm hearing. So I don't know, I'm curious
Can I share a real world example? I mean, I pull my well every year and monitor my groundwater level, and I saw my first well going dry. Even with this program, if they had spotted it for me, there's nothing I could have done. I still don't have the right to go to my neighbor to say, stop pumping, we're in the middle of a drought. And that's...
You as an individual don't have that ability, but as a system and as a whole...
They couldn't spot a single well owner, though, and tell them to...
Collectively, though, that's the intent, right? Collectively, that's what we're looking to be able to create broader solutions. Collectively, that's how we use data over the whole to then say collectively we need to identify and move towards solutions. So that's the intent of the entire system. That's why we have groundwater management. That's why we're moving towards groundwater management solutions. So yes, you're right, but you're much better positioned when we're all in it together than when it's one neighbor saying, hey, I've got a problem, and everyone around them saying, hey, we don't have a problem, you're on your own. So yeah.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear that we have different scenarios in different parts of the Salinas Basin. And so I think it's important that
we recognize that. I, in my district, have the corral, and in the corral for years we've seen these gaps in monitoring that I think this program is looking to address. And these are largely de minimis users, largely residential, and largely it is domestic wells that we're talking about. And so in this area, I do think we need some better data, and I think it's an area where we have seen declines in groundwater levels. And so I wanted to put that in there, that this is in District 5 as well. It's not just in the North County area or in the South County area. And in order to get the data that we need to manage the basin, we need some kind of program in place. And, but it also sounds like there has been a call for some more answers to questions versus moving forward today. So I just wanted to put that out there. It sounds like there might be an opportunity here for ARA to return with some answers to questions for my colleagues that maybe we can all get on board in some way if those questions are answered. And one of the questions that I would love to ask that potentially could be answered is if there's any way that the GSA could help cover the cost of initial well registration for domestic well users. Because if there is, in spite of what Ms. Donlin said, some program that could exist that could help cover those costs, maybe that would make a difference. And I also just wanted to comment on a frustration I've had when we're talking about water basin-wide, and we talk about programs that we're going to either be implementing or projects that we're discussing. On a certain level, we have to be proactive. We can be reactive for as long as we want, but at a certain point, we have to be proactive. This is a diminishing resource that has a value, and we've not, I think, identified that value very clearly in terms of our principles and our policies. And I think we're at the point where our policies have to reflect that we value this resource. There is going to be a long multi-year drought coming up, no matter whether we want it to happen or not. So it is these very de minimis users in these areas where it sounds like from what you are saying, what the GSA has said, that we need data. And so what is at risk is with the decline in groundwater, wells go dry, and these are the residential wells, and so it's a shared responsibility. It's an issue that is basin-wide. It's a shared responsibility, and it sounds like you're coming to us with a proposal to get the data that we need so we can manage the resource. And so if we end up not making a decision today, it would be good to come back with some other options for how we're going to do that. But not doing it isn't an option. Like, we have to do this. As a result, we will all prosper and thrive if we can bring our basin into sustainable management levels, and we're not there. And this is just one of those situations that I feel like, we can put our head in the sand for as long as we want, but at a certain point in time, either the resource that we need and require is gone, and we lose our economy, we lose our farmland, we lose our industries, and we lose the ability to have clean water running into our homes, or we don't. And that's the choice that is before us. So inaction isn't an option. But I would love to find out if there is an opportunity to support the initial fee, the initial well registration cost for domestic owners, because it sounds like that would be something that could at least be helpful.
Thank you, Supervisor Daniels. Sarah Hardgrave, Deputy General Manager. I did want to share with this board that at this time, SVBGSA does have grant funds that could be utilized for the initial well registration fee. We have the ability to offer that and pay for it directly over the next 10 months while we have the grant funds available. And so we would like to proceed with, if this board moves forward, with offering that and putting that on the table as part of the initial registration process and the initial registration period to cover that one-time cost. It's not available to cover ongoing costs, but it is available for that initial registration. I also would like to just very briefly respond to Supervisor Askew's question about the state and retaining our local control. At the Association of California Water Agencies conference here in Monterey a couple weeks ago, Deputy Director of Department of Water Resources, Paul Goslin, reiterated in a SGMA-related session that through their 5-year periodic evaluations, they can not revoke exactly, but change their determination on groundwater sustainability plans. So at this time, we have 6 approved plans by the state, but through their 5-year evaluations, they can make a determination that implementation is inadequate and revoke our approved status and put us on probation. So it's a built-in risk factor. And at this time, the 18400 plan subbasin is under review. And so in our critically overdrafted basin, that is a risk if we don't move forward. And then lastly, I want to respond to the questions about environmental health and the ongoing water quality monitoring that they do for drinking water purposes. They do not monitor groundwater levels. They monitor for certain constituents of drinking water quality, but what we don't have is the ability to analyze the relationship between declining groundwater levels and water quality effects. So taking the Corral de Tierra area as an example, where we have 90 in the pocket of the Corral de Tierra management area, that's the Corral de Tierra San Venancio loop. It's 100% domestic pumping. It's not influenced by agricultural pumping in the least. We have an arsenic issue in that region, and we're studying the relationship between the decline in the groundwater levels and the increase in the exceedances of the arsenic. But without the groundwater level data, understanding of all of the locations of all of the wells and how much extraction is occurring, we're not able to really fully analyze and consider what the solutions might be for that and what the relationship is between pumping and water quality. So North County rural residential areas are similarly situated. And Supervisor Church, you've said to us on a number of occasions that you're really concerned about those areas that are not actually influenced by the agricultural pumping in the valley floor. And in order to develop solutions for those areas, we really do need to have the better data for the drinking water systems. And that's the data gap that we are looking to fill. So thank you for the opportunity to make those clarifications.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you for the information. Obviously, the Groundwater Sustainability Act was passed in 2014, and another one of the examples that Chris would like to point to about a law that was well intended. It was probably needed because we were facing a drought at that time that kind of pushed for this. But at the same time, new laws have cost of operating and implementing them, and then that ends up getting pushed on the backs, in many cases, of those who could least afford it. In your presentation, I know it's probably the politically charged question, but it says the proposed fees are being administered on a per well versus a per acre basis. Could you explain how the consensus came to that?
Yeah, as we were working through the development of the ordinance last year, this was a very lively conversation. The agency has a long history of recovering costs on a per acre basis, but when you look at the map as an example of where wells are clustered, the volume of wells doesn't always marry well. And so in the South County, for example, geographically, we probably have the largest space in terms of a data gap, but we don't suspect there are a lot of wells in there from what we know. And so to charge that space, on a per acre basis when there's few wells there didn't seem fair. Or the fact that, one landowner and another with an equal amount of acreage may have a different number of wells. And so that was also an equity issue we ran into. And then ultimately just the reality that the work that's involved, right? Driving out, measuring the depth of a well, grabbing a bag for water quality sampling, sitting behind the computer, analyzing the registration data, the lab data, none of that really has anything to do with how many acres are in the program or how much water is being extracted. It all has to do with the number of wells that are being analyzed. And so that's why we came to that point.
Oh, thank you for that. I'm just saying if we don't vote on this today, we're going to have to vote on it a month, 2 months from now. I don't know how much the delay gets us or makes people feel more comfortable with it. But obviously the news by Ms. Hargrave about being able to offset some of the initial cost was for residential, was that $160? Mm-hmm. That goes a long way, right? And then they don't have to pay the annual renewal, which is much lower when you divide that over what it would average to each month. It's much more palatable, I think, for our residences. But this is with this law that we knew this moment was coming, right? Ever since the GSAs formed all over the state, we know there was a moment in time that in order to do the work that is needed to monitor the groundwater, there was going to be a cost to that. We were going to get to this point that what we're talking about now. It was going to get a point where we're talking about the oversight role to enforce the sustainability aspects of it. And as was being alluded to, if the state doesn't think we're doing a job, they could intercede in different ways. But these are all parts of that law and of the responsibilities that were crafted and given to these different GSA agencies throughout the state. And I know I'm saying the obvious, but this is the inevitable, and these are the tough decisions that come with what this law intended from the very get-go, to be able to do the monitoring, which helps us determine the sustainability aspects of it, but then also down the road being able to have to make those tough decisions when we're facing another drought and we're having to enforce what state law requires. That's all. But so I guess my question for the chair, and I know Supervisor Church and Daniel's expressed some concerns. If we delay this, how long, what are you guys thinking? Because as I said, I don't know how much more a month or two would make us comfortable, make us feel. I know that the language, what Ms. Hargrave just stated is very beneficial to address those concerns, but do we need to delay another month or two?
So in order to make my response possible to your question, I've got a question for Ara. What happens to GEMS? Is GEMS gone, or is that living side by side with this?
Yeah, it sort of lives inside of this, right?
So who paid for GEMS before and who pays for GEMS moving forward?
Yeah, so historically, GEMS was funded through a variety of mechanisms. So sometimes it was funded from our Dam Safety and Operations Fund. Sometimes it was funded with ad valorem taxes. Sometimes it was funded with grant funds. And so it's lived on a variety of revenue streams. And in the past, when it was a discretionary program, when it was just being done because it was a good idea, that was fine. Because if there was, funding shortfalls, we could scale the program down or even pause it for a year or years, all of which happened along the way. Now, because of the need for reliable data on a consistent basis, we just don't have that elasticity in the funding mechanism anymore. We do need to establish a reliable funding mechanism so we can develop the reliable data.
Okay. So in my response then to your question, Supervisor Alejo, given that, is that I don't think it would take a ton of time to meet my expectations, which I think I've been clear would be removing the de minimis users and recalculating those costs as they'd be across the board, sharing that with the stakeholders across the board and getting some input. That would be my request. But Supervisor Church?
So I'm open to that idea here. I need to kind of go back here and understand on this well registration part, because it's my understanding that the 3,500 wells that have been identified, we're not charging them the $160 for registering. Is that correct, or are we?
No, for the wells that we've been able to bring into the database, we're not charging them.
So that's part of a problem. I mean, as I say, there's another 500 wells out there that are water systems, and it's unfair. We can identify some and you won't charge them, but the others that are existing, we want to charge them because we missed them. If we're going to charge that $160 for registration, charge it to a new well. We don't have to do any subsidizing at this point. But if there's an existing well out there and we don't have record on it, why are we penalizing people for that, the $160? If we're already putting 3,500 wells in and not charging, if there's another 1,000 out there, why are we charging them? I don't get that. That just doesn't seem fair to me. So I think the whole part of subsidizing there isn't necessary at that point. And going back this isn't something to kick down the road. I mean, this has got to be, whether it's a month or two or whatever it is, it's got to come in place. We all know that. My concern with it is resting entirely on fairness. That's where it's resting. The data that we need, I brought this up at the GSA a lot, that we need data in North County, and this helps kind of address that. That's not my concern out of that, although I'm quite aware that little bit of conservative water isn't going to drive big water projects. It's not having saltwater intrusion. I mean, people in North County, as I've said many times, been paying $100 or more per parcel for 60 years for the dams and have had zero benefit. So I'm just worried that we're getting into, again, they're going to pay a huge chunk of money and becoming a bank for another water program that they're not getting benefit from. So I want to make sure that's the case. But that's where it really comes down for me is again, and I think as Supervisor Lopez was talking about removing the de minimis out of that and of those water systems that I was mentioning earlier, 969 of the small to state small, 702 of them are 2 to 4 connections. So most of those are de minimis too. It's just the question is the people that are using the least amount of water and who have the least amount of impact upon a groundwater reduction shouldn't be the ones that are are paying for this program, and that's what we have. So that's what I'm saying. We need some tweaking on that. We need this program, but it needs to be fairer. That's all we're pointing out, and I think that can be worked out in a reasonable amount of time.
Supervisor Daniels.
So in terms of the delay, my only concern is in hearing both of you and your comments, I feel like those de minimis users are the very residential areas in terms of where they are that we have the biggest gaps in monitoring. So, my area in the Corral, that would perhaps be all de minimis users, and then all of the users that Supervisor Church just mentioned, these are areas that we've heard from the GSA that they need this data. And so if we eliminate that category, I'm concerned if the delay is just to try to take those people out, we're not going to get the information that it sounds like we actually need from the reporting that's been done today. The other thing I feel like I heard from Ms. Donlin is that requiring the one-time registration is part of how we're funding the program. So if I didn't hear that, I mean, it's like the fees are going to pay for the program and the work that needs to be done. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and so what we're trying to estimate there for each one of those services is how much work is going into that service so the fee is reasonably related to that level of work. It's one fee doesn't stand as a funding mechanism for another service.
So I guess where I would then, in terms of what Supervisor Church was saying, where I prefer we focus our attention versus sort of broad reductions is on fairness and trying to figure out if we're actually doing this in the most equitable way and versus sort of sweeping eliminations? Like, is there a way to look at this and see if there's certain things we can reconsider that will make the program more fair versus we're going to take out the de minimis users? Because just as a supervisor in District 5, like, you know, Corral de Tierra, you have you know, the you know, demand going like this and the supply going like this. And this triangle is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And if we don't get the data, we're never going to know how we're going to actually fix the problem. And so I don't, and taking out de minimis users would take out all the data.
Can I ask, do you know, Supervisor Daniels, do you have any small water systems in the Corral? I mean, I know Cal-Am's up there and you've got one piece of data, but in terms of other...
I think probably your experts are approaching them.
So in the Monterey Subbasin GSP for the Corral de Tierra management area, there's 2 regulated utilities that pump about 2/3 of the water. And then there's about 160 to 200 de minimis wells and about 35 to 40 small water systems. So it's a range, but it's...
So 30 to 40 could be a good sample, right? Just knowing the numbers. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding. So Chris, you're saying you want to eliminate, you want to remove all de minimis users. I can't support that. I think I'm hearing Kate say we need to keep the de minimis users in. Glenn, I hear you saying that you want to have it be fair. And when you say have it be fair, that means keep the de minimis users in, but make sure that we have funds to help pay for their registration. Or am I can you help me understand?
The registration isn't, I mean, that's isn't the issue
here. Is it the fee is the issue?
No, it is. I mean, we're already bringing in $3,500 that we're not charging registration. And the registration, and I'm not sure if there was communicated here, I thought you were asking if the registration is paying for the program.
The Supervisor Church was referring to why wells that are already built. You were suggesting that registrations should just be on new wells. And this one-time registration fee that's being proposed right now is on all wells. And you were saying you thought that was unfair.
No, it's not on all wells. And that's the point. It's the 3,500 wells that are part of this initial program are not being charged $160 registration. It's going to be new wells or wells that haven't been identified, which I felt like if all existing wells, if we're including some and not charging them registration, we shouldn't charge any of them. I mean, that's...
And I completely misunderstood that.
And the registration's not really paying for the program. It's a small portion when I look at the budget. It's the monitoring and the extraction that's doing that. No,
Can you help me understand what would make it fair?
Well, making it fair, I mean, I'll support Supervisor Lopez on removing the de minimis, partially because, as you know, Supervisor Daniels in her district has 30 or 40 larger water systems which they can check the wells on. I probably got 100, 150 or something in my district that are above de minimis. So you do have these wells. Like, I'm going to point out again, in my water system, it's 32 connections. We're obviously not de minimis. When I've looked around at the wells, I know there's 7 wells surrounding my system. We've only got 2 of them identified, and on this program, they're within a quarter mile of each other. You check the data on my system, you're going to know it on the smaller individual wells because we're pulling basically from the same area. So I don't think you have to go and plug in every single well to get that data onto it. And if there is another way to make it fairer, to reduce the cost of the people that are de minimis, that's my concern. De minimis people are paying for the bulk of this program, and they're not causing the problem. So, I mean, if we can get, why don't we go through, if we approve this program this way, see how it goes without de minimis? If we have to come back and add de minimis because we have data gaps or something, maybe that could be considered at that point.
How are other GSAs answering this question?
Oh, it's all over the board.
Is it?
Yeah. Every region is approaching this differently. Supervisor Church had mentioned, Pajaro. Valley Water Management District, they've had a well registration program for over a decade. They've been doing this a long time. Well users pay fees. Some parts of the state, it's paid on volume. Some parts of the state, it's paid on well. It's really all over the board. I think, to the point about the volume of water extracted is different than the opportunity to extract that water. And what every well owner has is equal opportunity to extract. Some exercise more than others, but each one of them is tapping into that subbasin. Therefore, each one of them is benefiting from the management of that subbasin. And I would argue equally. And so I think when we get to the implementation of management decisions, that's probably a good time to be thinking about, do we allocate this differently based on the volume of water used? But this is just sitting down and implementing a monitoring program that benefits each and every well owner equally, whether they're de minimis or not.
I'm going to take a stab at a motion, and it may not get us where we need to go, but I'm just going to, for the sake of moving us forward, to move forward the staff recommendation as outlined with the offer of some funding to help support the initial registration fee for those portion of the wells that need to have support getting registered. I'll put it forward. We'll see if there's a path forward.
All right, so there's a motion and a second.
Just want to comment to it again. The registration fee is not the issue here, and putting up money onto this. I mean, right now we have identified nobody that needs to pay the registration fee, right?
At this point, it would be someone walking in with a new well. But yeah, I mean, to your point earlier, and I think we share this view that there are wells that are out there that we know aren't in someone's database, and so we do know that there are wells out there that would need that initial registration. It takes time to set them up in the system.
Just Preston, I'm against the motion. I can't support it.
If I could just ask a question to my colleague, because I did misunderstand this. I thought all wells, I think that was part of what I envisioned the goal is to have a better understanding of the wells that exist in Monterey County. Is there more of an inclination to support this if all wells were included and registered, or is that going to make it even worse for you? Worse, okay. And again, I just want to understand, because it sounds like I've also been a little bit corrected on the corral, which understandably I am still learning here. But removing the de minimis users, then, if you could just help me understand better how you're going to gather the information in the corral that is needed if de minimis users were removed.
I guess the way I'm hearing this, and so I look to you, Supervisor, to clarify for me, it isn't so much removing de minimis users from the monitoring program as it is not charging them for participation. And so if we assume 1,100 wells at, $200 a well, say, on average, and half of those are eligible for this sort of program, you'd be somewhere in $100,000 to $250,000 range to do that. And so the question is, how do you fund that difference?
So there's a financial situation that occurs. I think we also want to know, in terms of, so that the concept here is that you can't manage what you don't measure, right? You've got to be able to measure all of this so we can be better managers of the resource. If you take out the de minimis users, are you able to tell what aquifers certain wells are pumping from? Do we just already know that information, or is that information we're also trying to gather?
It is certainly information we want to have, and I think there's two ways to getting to that. And one would be a de minimis well owner who's willing to participate in the program like we see in the ag sector, right? Giving us access to their ag wells. The map that Amy showed with all the yellow dots are people who own wells and allow us to utilize those wells for monitoring purposes. And so that's a potential path forward. And then the other would be, and the SVB has been doing this, and we have been accepting these wells, is just beginning to construct dedicated monitoring wells that are just assigned for that purpose. They don't produce water, they stand there for the monitoring program. And that would, that could continue to be a way forward to help fill these data gaps.
Could that be a voluntary program, or somehow we could?
Certainly allowing us onto their property and to utilize their well as a monitoring source, it is today a voluntary condition. And the dedicated monitoring wells, the advantage of them is you avoid certain questions when you're monitoring a well, like when did it operate last, which can affect the outcome. And so that's the nice thing about a dedicated monitoring well. The challenge is getting locations and that access to land.
And the first question I asked is, if we took out the de minimis, we'd have the financial hit in terms of running the program, that we don't know where that money would come from at this point in time.
You have to increase it on others, I would assume.
Yeah.
And we're not allowed by Prop 26 to do that.
If we take out and we're not including somebody, some class like the de minimis into there, we can't raise these, we can't increase the rates on the ones that are actually engaged in the program, the larger water systems?
Every well is engaged in the program. Every well benefits.
So okay, I'm getting confused onto this because I thought there's all different programs around the state. Some include de minimis, some don't. But you're saying now that every well has to be included.
No. What I am saying is every well benefits from the program. Right? Not every well is going to be individually monitored. We don't manage groundwater basins on a well-by-well basis. We manage them on a regional basis. And so the wells that we go to, are a representative sample, but every well benefits from the information that's gathered. Every well benefits from the access to that groundwater basin, and every well will benefit from whatever future management actions are made, especially if they're the right ones.
So how are systems that don't include de minimis wells, how are they paying for it if they can't charge?
So let me try it this way, because I think I've got the same question. So if you take the $800,000 cost of the program and you divide it by the 3,500 estimated wells, the cost per well is $228. Now, if I remove the 1,400 that are de minimis and divide that same 800,000 by the 3,500 less 1,400 is 2,100, that average cost per well is $380. So, but you're saying I'm not allowed to do that under Prop 26?
That's the information I have, and I defer to Kelly, and we could certainly call in a public agency rate specialist.
Yeah, that's the information I have too, because then the other larger well owners would be subsidizing the de minimis users who are also benefiting from this regulatory program. As articulated quite well today, it's the ability to draw water. It isn't based on how much water you're drawing out of the groundwater basin. It's a regulatory program to provide this data so that those subbasins can be managed appropriately. And that has been my research when I looked at this, and we can certainly do a little more, but I believe that's correct.
And that was the conclusion of our rate specialist, too.
I think so. I mean, that to me was unclear. I always understood if we removed the de minimis, we could break it out over the remaining folks in the program. Yeah, I think we have to be crystal clear on that. So I'll just share. So there is a motion on the table. I'll substitute motion to delay this for 1 month. If there's a second to that, I've got a second. Okay. So with that, I'll just share that we need to get to the bottom of that key question, right, and make sure that it's been looked at. And I look forward to this coming back, but that is my key concern.
Could we include into there, how other systems are doing this? Because if they're not including de minimis, I want to know how they're paying for it.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Okay.
I think our last meeting in July is the 8th.
In July, so August?
Oh, August.
Wait.
If we want to get to 30 days.
July 8th, yeah. July 8th. You're right. Or more questions?
Well,
no.
We'd rather not have you off the cuff, just double check and make us feel reassured about it with some additional research.
Kelly was just reminding me that as a step through all of this, that we'll have to go and amend the budget, and so the budget that you'll see on the 17th will be different than what was presented to the directors, but that's okay.
Right, and we passed the rest of the budget, just less this $800,000.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Ara.
Sure thing. Thank you all.
All right, with that, we're going to jump back and actually double check. I've got a recess after.
I just want to.
Can I close out Water Resource Agency now? I'm going to go ahead and
I just want to.
anything out of closed session?
Recognize.
There's no reportable action from closed session.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we're concluding the Water Resource Agency Board of Supervisors meeting and reconvening now the Board of Supervisors meeting, going to our first item, which was scheduled after lunch, which is a presentation on the Monterey County General Plan Implementation Housing Element, Annual Progress. We're going to go to Melanie Beretti for that presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. If you can just give me one moment while my notes pull up on my computer. I'm Melanie Beretti with with Housing and Community Development Department, and I am joined by Sarah Weichel, who I'm very happy to introduce to you all as our newest addition to our team as our advanced planning principal planner. So she is one of our 3 principal planner positions that we've recently filled. And we're very happy to have her here, and she will hopefully be carrying this forward in the coming year, returning to you all. Absent today is Darby Marshall because the item moved and he is enjoying vacation. So I will do my best to represent his portion of the housing report today. So before you is consideration of the 2024 annual progress reports for the Monterey County General Plan implementation, as well as the 2024 to 2031, which is the 6th cycle housing element, considering authorizing the Housing and Community Development Director to submit the final progress reports to the state as required by law, receiving a verbal update on the pipeline for new housing development, as well as considering and providing direction for priorities for our 2025 to 2026 long-range planning work program. So the general plan and long-range planning work program implementation is primarily accomplished through Housing Community Development's advanced planning team, which is a team of 7, which currently has a vacancy. While we added our principal planner, we did have one of our associate planners move along to another opportunity. It also includes implementation with support from the chief of planning, as well as the Housing Community Development Director, and other departments as well, such as Environmental Health and the County Administrative Office, Sustainability Office. They have elements of the long-range work program that they implement directly. So attachment A is the General Plan Implementation Annual Progress Report, and attachment E provides a detailed discussion of its accomplishments. So I'll just hit on a few highlights today. For the Salinas Valley, the groundwater basin investigation was accepted by the board. That study was completed, and we will be returning later this summer to follow through on implementation actions and recommendations pursuant to that. Also, we were able to accomplish and complete the final phase amendments for the East Garrison community. That was an amendment to the specific plan as well as amending their disposition development agreement, so that final phase can begin moving forward. We completed activity on the restricted covenants education projects and equity timeline, and the board adopted our vacation rental ordinances inland. Those are effective and being implemented, and we are still anticipating for the Coastal Commission to hear those vacation rental ordinances in July. Fingers crossed. In addition, we made significant progress on 28 other long-range work tasks, 5 of which are specifically implementing the general plan. And we processed 2 local coastal plan amendments. So, long-range work planning work program has approximately 80 tasks identified, of which 35 are in various stages of completion. So they've had some work accomplished or they have some activity ongoing. So Housing and Community Development and colleagues from other departments are looking to continue to advance all of those projects that are active. However, given the dynamic nature and the breadth of the long-range planning work program, Housing and Community Development staff propose to allocate optimal staff and resources towards the top 12 priority tasks for this coming year. So again, we intend to continue moving as much as possible along, but we wanted to really be able to focus in on what we view as those kind of top 12 projects that are in critical points within them. So when push comes to shove, if we need to redirect resources and staffing, we'll make sure these projects continue to move and may need to delay others to accommodate those. So, and we are specifically requesting board input on these priorities for the upcoming year. So shifting over to our housing element, calendar year 2024 was the first full reporting year for the 6th cycle housing element period. So while we do not have a certified 6th cycle housing element update, we do continue in that process. We are in the formal reporting period to be able to track progress towards our regional housing needs allocation for that 6th cycle. In this 2024 period, the county is reporting 89 low-income units and 192 above moderate income units that pulled building permits and were constructed in 2024. Table B from the 2024 Housing Annual Progress Report tracks our regional housing needs compliance, which is included as attachment B to today's packet. So we will note that because the county does not have an adopted 6th cycle housing element for the programs and the policies, we do continue to track and report on the 5th cycle housing element programs and policies. That will shift once we have an adopted and certified 6th cycle housing element. So there's a link on this slide where anyone can access the full 2024 Housing Annual Progress Report to find additional details. But really, what I wanted to just highlight here is the summary of where our, where we're seeing our, there we go. Our building permits being issued. We've seen an increase in most recent years where we've got approximately 39% of our RENA allocation that was met through accessory dwelling units. So we had a rather large tick up there. We continue to see fairly good progress on single family detached units. And then we did have a significant contribution of the category that's 5 or more units per structure. So these are apartment units, and those were primarily, it includes 44 units of non-deed restricted low-income housing for farm workers in employee-sponsored housing. We are also, so attachment D to the staff report contains a table that shows our housing units broken down by income category that have been applied for and or approved, but no building permits have been issued for construction yet. So this is tracking kind of what we refer to as our housing pipeline, what is is potential to be coming forward for issuance of building permits within hopefully the nearer future, but many of these have been on there for quite a while. So the table does include subdivisions and discretionary permits approved but not yet constructed. It does also include projects with applications for subdivisions or new housing units that have been applied for but are still under review. So not all of those, if they're never entitled and don't get project approved, they may not manifest into housing. And then it also includes properties and applications that we have on file through the builder's remedy laws as well. So currently our housing pipeline, based on these parameters, have 1,186 housing units that have yet to be constructed, a number of which are still in the approval process for the entitlements. Staff did bring these annual progress reports in the long-range work program and the housing pipeline to the Planning Commission on April 9th. At that workshop on April 9th, the Planning Commission did include, they did support staff's recommendation and also requested that the Pajaro Community Plan be added as an additional 13th priority for this upcoming year. Staff does recognize the importance of the Pajaro community planning effort, and it is a high priority. And it is next in queue for our larger community plans and efforts that would be moving forward. And it is next in queue for that. Staff at this point in time, given our timelines as well as our staffing for the other priorities that are already moving, including we don't anticipate that there would be any staff time and resources to get Pajaro underway in this coming fiscal year, but we are hopeful, as some of our larger efforts hopefully wrap up this year, that in the subsequent work plan year that we would then be able to add Pajaro to that mix, and we'll come back and see on there. Staff also completes much of the work program ourselves as much as feasible, but we do rely fairly substantially on outside consultants, especially for our larger project and for technical needs. So staff time is budgeted through our baseline budget for each year with some other funding sources. We do collect a general plan implementation fee, which is approximately 10% on planning permits that are issued. We also, for this year, have 3 active grants, as well as we utilize outside funds as they are appropriate for different projects and long-range planning activities. For the upcoming fiscal year 2025-26 recommended budget for our long-range work program, we do have 2 augmentations that are included as a part of that recommended budget, and we thank the board for their consideration of those and look forward to being able to move those efforts forward pending funding. So with that, staff recommends that you find the project, that this is not a project per CEQA, that you receive the annual progress reports, authorize the director to submit those reports to the state, deem received the pipeline report, and consider and provide any direction as would like to our 2025-2026 long-range planning work program priorities. With that, staff is available for questions, comments, and direction. Thank you.
What about the de minimis users? Just kidding. All right, I'm gonna, if the board's okay, go out to the public first on this one. All right, I don't see anybody coming forward in room. I see one hand up via Zoom. Margie K. Margie, we'll give you the floor, 2 minutes. You'll need to unmute yourself.
You can hear. Yes. Okay. So something that's not on there, and I'm just curious. There's on the county website. There's a builder's remedy applications, and some are pretty extensive applications. And so is there any way of getting any update on the status of those builder's remedies applications? Are they near deemed complete? What is lacking? That kind of information is what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. Michael Weaver? Mike? You need to unmute yourself, Mike.
Okay, fine. Thank you. I have a question Is this does this include the housing element? I had a question about the housing element, the adequate sites inventory analysis and methodology, or is that still coming?
So I'll let staff respond quickly, Mike, but go ahead. We don't typically do it back and forth. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm particularly concerned about Site 24, an opportunity parcel. It's currently row crop prime farmland, and it initially was we were looking for places where housing might go in the Toro area, and Site 24 was to include 100, possibly 146 total units, 47 very low income, 31 low income, and 19 moderate income. All of a sudden, I find going through this packet, it's changed from now farmland it's to 185 market rate units, and then 46 affordable apartments, whatever affordable means in this case. So I just wonder what public hearing I missed or how this got changed around, and why Site 24, which is across from the sewer ponds in Toro, was chosen, and is this indeed being considered, being approved today, or is it, like a football get kicked forward? What's going on? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to close public comment, bring it back, and see if there's any of those questions staff wishes to respond to.
Yeah, just very briefly, I would for the question about builder's remedy. So we do list builder's remedy proposals, applications in our housing pipeline for tracking purposes, but I did just want to share briefly with our public that the housing and community development, if you're able to share staff left, oh no, I should be on Zoom. There we are. So on the Housing and Community Development webpage, under our Permit Center, there is a page dedicated to Builder's Remedy. And under the Builder's Remedy, there's a fair amount of information, both for individuals that may be interested in making an application and for the public who are interested in understanding and tracking along. And under there is a review project list that is updated. And so what we encourage individuals is that they can go through and look at that project list as it is. Well, I'm not going to open it because it's there, but they look through that project list, and then based on those PLN numbers, they can actually go into our citizen access and get the status information for every application.
And on any answer to the second question?
Yeah, so we did receive that comment from Mr. Weaver, and I was just pulling it up to make sure I refer to the correct numbers. So the question was about what's referred to in our housing pipeline report. It's listed as Toro Ranch with a PLN 220166. That is the site that is also that was referred to as Site 24 in our draft housing element that's being developed. That site is the location of an affordable housing overlay as identified in the general plan. There is developer interest in developing that site. The differences in the number is that in our housing element, because there have been multiple proposals at that site, in our housing element, the methodology we chose was more conservative to identify units that would be acceptable for that site. What's included in the housing pipeline are the numbers that were part of an application that is in the pre-application phase and that was submitted to the county. So that's the distinction. Neither of those are being requested to be approved today. Again, that's a part of our housing pipeline that is simply in the application phase, but has not come forward for any kind of decision.
Thank you, Melanie. I'll bring it back. Any questions or comments from the dais? Supervisor Askew.
I do, thank you. And I want to say thank you to Melanie for the conversation and answering a lot of my questions in advance of the meeting today. But I wanted to acknowledge, I think last time we had HCD here with a presentation of all of the long-range planning goals. There was a list of like 140 items on the list, or it was some really, really long list. So to get it down to a top 12, I think shows a lot of restraint and prioritization. And so for us to be able to say, yes, these are the top 12, I think also shows a lot of restraint on our part. And thank you to the CAO team for working with HCD to identify what those true priorities actually are. hopefully we can continue to make progress on those top 12 items. I will acknowledge that one of the items that our office in the District 4 team has as a priority, and that our residents very much have would like us to be pushing on much harder, is the East Garrison Arts District, which we've wanted to have as a priority. In 2024, the nonprofit development partner withdrew from the project, and this whole project is part of the East Garrison specific plan, which will require a specific plan update. It represents a tremendous area of undeveloped leftover blight from Fort Ord, which is decades old, blight that the community of East Garrison continues to live with. And exist with, and for the foreseeable future will continue to remain while we wait for tax increment to continue to grow. But understand why it's on the second tier list of priority projects, but just wanted to call it out as something that our community definitely has as a priority, and that we'll continue to watch carefully. And that when the time is right, we look forward to having the update to the East Garrison specific plan find its way back into our priority list. The other one that we've also been working really hard on and really appreciate staff commitment is the East Garrison Phase 3 specific plan that was approved by this board and is in implementation now. That wasn't added to the list because I understand it's now part of the current projects list and no longer a long-range planning project. So we will continue to watch that move forward. It does include additional affordable housing units. So I know that that's a priority of this board, and we look forward to continuing to work with CHISPA to get those additional affordable housing units built and occupied for our community. And then there were a couple other items I just wanted to call out in regards to trail programs and parks management plans that the Parks Department over at Facilities, Parks, and Facilities, Parks, Facilities, and Public Works, thank you, Randy, are taking the lead on, and that we look forward to being able to work more aggressively to make sure that we have in place through the Parks Master Plan, which is a parallel process. So we'll continue working on those projects. And also was excited to hear that CR-free is remaining a priority, and that we've got a path forward on that. So just wanted to say thank you to all of the work that Long Range Planning team continues to do. I know we ask a lot of the team, and I just continue to be impressed by what you are able to keep all the balls in the air. And as we move through these, I look forward to being able to add some more District 4 priorities to the list. So thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Is there a motion to approve staff recommendation? I've got a motion. Is there a second? I've got a second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, we're going to jump into the Bixby item. And I want to invite forward Director Ishii. Knowing that we've got some guests who are on a tight time frame here, we're going to try to get to them as quickly as possible.
The board, as introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks, and with me today is Craig Spencer, Director of Housing Community Development, as well as other interested parties who are interested in ongoing safety in and around the Bixby Bridge and Coast Road in the Big Sur region. Staff has a presentation today, and our Administrative Secretary, Rachel Inosarin, will be bringing that onto the screen so that we can start the conversation regarding actions needed to continue the parking prohibition with physical barriers on Coast Road near Bixby Bridge beyond the completion of repair work on Highway 1 at Rocky Creek. And as we go back to the title slide, the following slide will show the overview for today's presentation. So if we go down to the next slide, the overview will show that we'll talk about the background, then the process, we'll talk about the challenges, and then we'll talk about recommendations and options consistent with the board referral response process. Next slide, please. In terms of background, recently, the most recent action taken by this board was under board referral number 2023.22, which was introduced by then Supervisor Mary Adams. As noted in the slide, over the past decade, again, by way of recent background, over the past decade, Bixby Bridge has become a destination for millions of visitors each year, and unfortunately, the area has become an unsafe bottleneck with visitors stopping and parking directly on State Route 1. They barricade and block off access points. They illegally cross the state highway in order to take photos of the iconic bridge, so on and so on in terms of other unsafe activities. On the north side of the bridge, State Route 1 intersects with Coast Road, which is a county-maintained and owned road. Residences who have access through that road point out that the residential access point and the emergency alternative to State Route 1, which is Coast Road, has been severely impacted by the increased levels of visitation. And so with that board referral at that time, the scope was to identify solutions to respond to the immediate health and safety emergency concerns at Bixby Bridge and Big Sur. And in and around that time, as the board recalls and as the public is aware, there was an emergency event at State Route 1 by Rocky Creek. There was a Rocky Creek slip out, which is currently still under repair construction at this point in time as we speak. And the Rocky Creek repair is what led to the passage of the urgency ordinance as well as the emergency coastal development permit, which were necessary measures for the temporary no parking zone along Coast Road from its northerly limit for a specified distance. Now, as we go to the next slide, the current board referral will build upon that. The scope of the referral is to request that staff define actions needed to continue the current emergency parking prohibition and maintain the physical measures implemented to extend beyond the conclusion of the Caltrans Rocky Creek slip-out repair project. As noted in the past board report that led to this action, in discussions with the Coastal Commission staff, the emergency coastal development permit and the temporary no parking would exist as long as the emergency existed on State Route 1, with a large part due to the temporary traffic control measures that Caltrans was implementing at the time, causing very long bottlenecks on State Route 1 through the temporary traffic signal and their construction generally. So at the rate that Caltrans is currently progressing, Caltrans currently estimates to be completed here in the month of June. The preference would be to continue the existing temporary no parking on Coast Road without interruption until a more global solution can be identified, implemented through future projects or some other development. And with this referral, staff can investigate the feasibility of a coastal development permit through its process of making improvements permanent. As a note, if there is California Coastal Commission staff objection on what strategy might be used to provide sufficiently to avoid the need to remove the signs of K-rail when the project is completed. And in about that, the current emergency permit requires requirements of which will be needed, especially in light of the summer's high visitation period. So as we go to the next slide is a reference back for the public. This location map shows, using Google Earth as the base map imagery, the alignment of State Route 1 with north pointing up on the left-hand side of the screen, which is west, is the Pacific Ocean, and the dot located approximately centrally is the Bixby Bridge location, which is proximate to the county road of Coast Road. In the next slide, we talk about the process. The process has been very well laid out in detail in the preliminary analysis report and your agenda packets. In the interest of time, we won't go over all the details, and we're available for questions specific to the Big Sur land use plan and so on at the question period. What staff would note is that it is staff's opinion that the reasons for approval of the urgency ordinance and emergency coastal development permit will continue to exist even without the one-way traffic control on State Route 1 at Rocky Creek, and therefore this can be viewed as a development and eligible for a coastal development permit to go through that coastal development permit process. In talking with the other stakeholders, there are things that would need to be addressed and reviewed. So in terms of process, staff asks in this roadmap on the screen to continue to meet and discuss options for that pilot and trial and what may be necessary in the pilot or trial. Following that would be the preparation necessary California Environmental Quality Act, aka CEQA documentation to comply with state and local requirements. Afterwards, there would be other agency approvals such as the county's approvals, which may include ordinances and a separate CEQA process, which here again will require some further exploration at that point in time. Then the following step would be apply for the approvals from the requisite permitting entities, implement the proposal, and then after a trial period, if it is a pilot that's pursued, to then assess outcomes. Next slide, please. And following along with the process in terms of review of the resources that are required, a large part of it will be staffing, and it will involve staffing from various departments such as the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks Department, Housing and Community Development Department, County Council, the Sheriff's Office. And those are the county agencies. Looking outwards from there to the other affected agencies that would have stakeholder interests include the California Highway Patrol, Caltrans, California Coastal Commission, state parks, and the U.S. Forest Service. At this time, the costs are not be able to be determined at this time definitively, since we are still in the exploration phase. And so it's a range that staff presents. It could be on the lower end, approximately $10,000 in terms of signage and other more readily implementable means, or it could be northwards of $100,000. Again, it will depend on the discussions with other key stakeholders, such as the California Coastal Commission. In terms of schedule, due to the aggressive timeline that Caltrans has at this point, staff commensurately suggests a return date of the month of July to be as close to or within the same time period to provide some overlap between the conclusion of Caltrans work and the initiation of the separate county effort. And as a note, what we have learned from Caltrans staff that they do have a project planned approximate to Rocky Creek. Staff at this time will continue to discuss with Caltrans what exactly that traffic control and the timeline and plan for that may look like. Next slide, please. In terms of challenges, the challenges include the permits necessary from state or local entities. And through that process, we'll determine if there's any federal overlap or any needs that the federal entities may need. And then funding source at that point in time when it's more materialized, staff will come back to the board with what that picture may look like. On to the next slide. We have for the board and for the public a couple pictures that were recently taken of the current condition of Coast Road at State Route 1. The left-hand side picture and the right-hand side picture were both taken this week. And while it is the end of the holiday weekend, being the prior weekend, what we can observe from these very recent photos is that with the no parking and the temporary traffic control in place of the K-rail along the edges of Coast Road and implementing the measures from the urgency ordinance and the emergency coastal development permit, we find that there's some violators, but not the same number of what has been experienced in the past. The right-hand side picture shows standing on Coast Road, looking westerly towards State Route 1. So one vehicle in the right-of-way in the no parking zone. And so that takes us to the next slide. And these next series of slides show the previous condition that existed prior to the implementation of the urgency ordinance and the emergency coastal development permit. These pictures were taken circa 2023, December 2023 and January 2024, in and around the holiday season of calendar year 2023 and 2024. And what staff would hope is that we do not see a relapse back into this condition that we saw during that holiday season, as well as the holiday weekends in that area. So the next two slides we'll breeze through, as they will show just other examples of instances that have occurred and that the residents along this area have experienced nearly on a daily during the holiday season. And here again, these were taken from December 2023 through January 2024, through that holiday season. And so on the next slide, in terms of recommendations and options, what staff proposes is for authorization from the board to continue with this process in discussion, having those discussions and negotiations with the relevant partner agencies, and to try to continue the idea of a pilot to extend the temporary no parking. And then at that point in time, we'd be able to bring options back to the board, requiring any board approvals, and then would have a better picture of the time period and a funding source if one is needed. The other options are to modify the referral or to rescind the referral. And that takes us to our final slide, where this concludes staff's presentation, and we open it back up to the board for questions. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. Before we do that, I want to invite up Commander King from CHP, who's a trusted partner in this effort as well, and want to make sure he has an opportunity to share his concerns or opportunities, ideas with us.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Lopez. Again, congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you, and thank you for the text.
You're welcome. Actually, I'm going to bring up Officer John Yaris. He's my resident expert, our resident post officer down there. He's intimately familiar with the traffic safety concerns that we have down near Bixby Bridge. John.
Thank you, Commander. John Yaris, I'm a resident post officer for the Highway Patrol. I currently live and work down in Big Sur. I've worked the county for about 22 years now, and I'm intimately aware of the coastal conditions, pre and post Rocky Creek slip up. In a nutshell, we're primarily here. We've been invited to, and thank you for that, to be included in this conversation. It's a safety component. Our goal is to make it safe as possible. I don't believe that we're ever going to decrease the volume of tourists that want to visit the coast, but through my tenure here with the Highway Patrol, I've definitely seen an uptick previous to this effort in motorists using that portion of Old Coast Road, the dirt highway there, as a parking spot or parking lot, for better description, just to access the viewpoint for photographs. It's become, over recent years, even during the early stage of COVID, pre-other landslides down on Highway 1 that have limited the number of tourists going up and down the coast, it's become a real concern for us, not just the pedestrian traffic that is substantially more when parking is allowed on Old Coast Road, but also for the families, workers, and other tourists who want to access Coast Road down into the canyon for exploration or just to get home. So I don't have a full presentation other than I am available for questions specific to any concerns that might be present today. I just want to let you know that I do support the efforts to continue to restrict parking at that location and to continue to evaluate the consequences of doing so moving forward.
Any final thoughts? I see Commander King.
Just the congestion that Officer Yaris was mentioning. We also discussed earlier, too, that once this Rocky Creek passage opens up, that long queue is now going to relocate likely to the bridge. The other issues that we have, it's still a narrow, windy road going down that way, and emergency vehicle access always finds that challenging. So it's another consideration that we have.
Well, thank you both for being here, for being patient with us this afternoon, and more importantly, for your years of service to our community and others. But 20 plus here on the coast is something that we all should hold up, and thank you so much for your service to all of us.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I want to bring it back to us up here on the dais, and I want to start with Supervisor Daniels to my left.
Thank you so much. And Officer Yaris and Commander King, thank you both for taking the time to be here and to sit this whole afternoon with us. I think we can pretty much cut to public comment, and I can make some comments after that. Since it's been a really long day, I think I'll just wait and see what other folks have to say.
Okay. If everybody's good with that, we'll go to public comment. We'll open that up and invite folks to use the raise hand function or *9 via landline in order to be recognized. I do see hands going up. I'm going to begin with Rachel Goldberger, who has her hand up. Rachel, you'll have the ability to unmute yourself now, and we give you the floor for 2 minutes.
Hi there, thanks. I'm assuming everybody can hear me. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Rachel Goldberger, Program Manager for the Community Association of Big Sur, and we fully support the referral to continue the parking prohibition with physical barriers on Old Coast Road near Bixby Bridge. Thanks, Randy, for your presentation, and thank you, Officers King and Yaris, for sharing your experience. First, I wanted to also thank Supervisor Daniels for helping move this important step forward and for keeping the health and safety of the visiting public and our coastal community on your radar. Just to add a little history, CABS has been working on this issue for several years as well. In 2019, we led a community process to develop the Destination Stewardship Plan for Big Sur, which identified Bixby Bridge as a key visitation hotspot with major concerns around safety, congestion, and environmental impact. In 2022, we launched a resident-led data collection project to better understand these impacts. And that work, alongside efforts from many local partners, helped support the formation of the Bixby Bridge Emergency Task Force, initiated by Supervisor Mary Adams at the time and led by Assemblymember Don Addis. Their work led to this temporary parking prohibition and installation of K-rails on the Old Coast Road, which is where we are today. After those changes went into effect, CABS had organized this grassroots volunteer effort last fall to monitor the area. So I'm just saying all of this because we're there. We've been there since the beginning, and I'm happy to say that we've seen some real improvements, and especially when CHP officers are present. I wanted to send a big thank you to Officers Oscar Doza and John Yaris for their ongoing support at Bixby Bridge. And I wanted to share that residents are noticing the difference and they strongly support making these changes permanent. Of course, this is just one piece of a bigger puzzle. The issues at Bixby are not fully resolved, and we've noticed new challenges surfacing. If the county pursues a full coastal development permit, we encourage you to think beyond just K-rails and signage. A simple infrastructural upgrade at the mouth of Old Coast Road.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberger. We're over time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Ryan Lusinger. Ryan, you've got the floor. You'll need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. I'm the board chair for the Community Association of Big Sur. And my comments will be pretty brief because I'm going to note support for everything that my CABS colleague Rachel Goldberger just mentioned. Words of thanks to CHP, Sheriff's Office, Monterey County Public Works, and especially to the supervisors for making the decision to pursue this as a path forward. Highly recommend that we stay the course and, as Rachel mentioned, explore additional options to manage this high visitation point. And I think Rachel might have specifically mentioned Bixby Resident Canyon. Residents of Bixby Canyon in particular have said this feels better to us than what we've experienced for many years. This is a step forward, and I hope we stay the course with a parking prohibition on Old Coast Road. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Lindsay Stevens next. Lindsay, the floor is yours. You've got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, board. I'm Lindsay Stevens. I'm with C Monterey, and I just wanted to come on and speak a little bit today about our presence and how we view the Highway 1 and Big Sur experience. Of course, it's iconic for not just Monterey County, but also the state of California. And so we all have a stake in its success. A key fixture of Big Sur, as we know, is the Bixby Bridge. And unfortunately, there is a lot of excitement around this iconic feature. And at times that can negatively impact both residents and the visitor experience when traffic gets bogged down, when parking is bad, all of those things that we've already discussed. C Monterey has long recognized those negative impacts, and we've taken a lot of steps to determine how to use destination marketing to discourage that bad behavior. We've worked with CABS directly. We were part of that Big Sur stewardship plan. We are on the Bixby Bridge Task Force. We're part of BISMAC. So we're really in line with what's going on here in the community. We use our social media to regularly promote warnings of fines from law enforcement and further discourage bad behavior. Next week, we'll be launching a major campaign called How to Highway 1, which is meant to be a comprehensive guide aimed at visitors to show them how to do it, including how to visit responsibly. when they are visiting Big Sur and supporting those big businesses, those Big Sur businesses, trying to give a lift down there as they're hurting from the road closure. So we want to support those businesses and at the same time show visitors there's a right way to do it and educate them on the ways that they can do it. And so this includes content about Bixby Bridge. Otherwise, we don't use it in our marketing. The way we talk about it is only to educate on what not to do, not to tell people to go there, to use it, to take pictures. We try to direct them in other ways. Bad behavior is bad for the tourism economy. It's bad for quality of life. So we appreciate and support any effort to curb that. And I just wanted to come on here and say that, give a little bit of background of how we're involved. And I
Thank you,
appreciate
Ms.
the time.
Stevens. Thank you. We're going to go to Laura Shulkin next. Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I am a resident of Bixby Canyon, and so wanted to make sure that somebody from the Canyon was present for the meeting to share some information. First, thanks to Kate Daniels for spearheading this issue and bringing it back to the board. I want to confirm what Rachel Goldberger has communicated, that as residents there, we do experience that it is much better with the K-Rail there. As we go forward and evaluate options, I also just wanted to flag a couple of things. One is the metric for it being better is not just that there's fewer cars and fewer traffic, there's also significantly less trash and garbage, which means that it's not only better for residents, it's a better experience for tourists when we control the parking on that road. I think that also this is one of the unusual places where residents, tourists, commercial interests, and safety all come together around an interest in reducing parking. It serves all of those interests. In addition to being a resident, I am a member of the Midcoast Fire Brigade and have answered 2 calls recently at the at Bixby Bridge and at Hurricane Point. If we had the traffic that we experienced, it would have been difficult getting out and responding to those calls. I had 2 concerns with the board report. One which says that the reduction in parking does constrain visual public access. I think that reducing parking improves visual access, and it refers to reducing it from historic levels. I do not think that historic levels is a good measure here because I question what the comparative is. The levels of parking are beyond anything historic at this time, and any reduction is going to bring it back to some form of normalcy rather than reduce from historic levels. I would also
Thank you, Ms.
say
Shulkin. We're at time. Thank you for your comments. We're going to go next to Martha Deal. Martha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable supervisors. I am Martha Deal, and I'm talking today from my perspective as a member of the Big Sur Byways Organization and the Emergency Task Force, as well as an affected resident. I'm not going to tell everybody here that Highway 1 through Big Sur is more than a road. It's a challenging responsibility. You hear that a lot, I'm sure. We have to keep traffic flowing. While we protect safe, accessible, and unforgettable experiences for the millions who come here. It's a tough responsibility, and this particular intersection is one of several very concerning choke points that we all have been trying to figure out what to do about. And of course, most of you probably experienced the problems yourselves. If you haven't, you've certainly heard about them enough and probably seen a video. The current emergency measures are very simple, targeted, surgical, and minimalist. They're an attempt to keep the area safe and traffic flowing during the construction that's happening at the slip out. And as you've heard, they do help. And they do reduce physical parking opportunities in this specific area. However, as we know, nothing is infinite, and sometimes you get to the party and the punch is all gone. When the limited and appropriate and safe parking spaces that are there are full, we need people to move along, perhaps discover another beautiful but less famous view to admire. We have those, I promise we do. Even other bridges, if bridges are your thing. The current measures do help traffic flow better, both on the Old Coast Road and Highway 1, and they keep pedestrians safer, which in turn allows more people to enjoy the drive. CHP can attest to that. They've also made ordinary traffic enforcement at least somewhat easier. They don't fix the mess, but they make it better. Of course, the light and one-way traffic control have also made a difference. They cause breaks in traffic, which allow cars to pull in and out of parking spaces and pedestrians to cross the highway more safely. We need to keep this benefit, though, when the repair is completed, and that's supposed to be June or July, hence the urgency here. So far, the no parking and the delineators are the only things we've done. We need to keep these measures in place until we get something better.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you. All right. We're done with public comment unless anybody else has a final hand up. I see nobody in room. No hands up. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais, back to Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, and I want to thank all of the folks who came out to provide the public comment, and thank Director Ishii for your presentation, and Director Spencer for the work you did in terms of making the consistency determination with the Big Sur Coast land use plan in order to move forward. I have no idea where my colleagues are on this, so I won't be long-winded, and I'll speak again if I need to. But what I want to say is that this is really a public safety issue that is critical, and we have several choke points along Highway 1 that are very similar to Bixby Bridge. But what we have at Bixby Bridge is we have a residential road that gets completely blocked by the cars that are parking just filled with visitors dying to catch a glimpse of the Bixby Bridge. And they literally are putting their life on the line sometimes to take a look, to take a peek at this bridge. I will tell you there is another newer opportunity because of the consent decree with Rocky Point, where the gates are now open, that actually a visitor could drive down that driveway and park in a parking lot and actually get a beautiful view of the bridge. Folks just don't know that at this point in time. So what this has done is it's created an opportunity for residents and public safety officials to get in and out if they need to get in and out. That's what this K-rail covered in jute does. There was no parking in a portion of the Old Coast Road prior, and it didn't matter. Those no parking signs were never adhered to. So this makes it so there isn't the opportunity to park for a longer extended portion of the Old Coast Road. It is still crazy at Bixby Bridge. I am not going to minimize that reality. It'll take you sometimes, half an hour just to get through this very short location on a busy holiday weekend because of the amount of people that want to see the bridge. One of the things that is really difficult for me as a supervisor is that when so many people want to come to Big Sur to see a bridge, when you are surrounded by some of the greatest natural beauty in the world, and when that desire really stems from a movie, a television show, a series, social media. I mean, Big Little Lies increased the destination tenfold, and social media did everything else that Big Little Lies didn't do, both before and after. And that's incredibly frustrating because if you are at the bridge, you can't see what you see in the movies, right? You could sort of hang off the side of the hillside and try to double back with your camera and get a picture, but you will never see what you saw either on social media taken by a drone or in a television show. So the experience of Bixby Bridge really is driving over this iconic bridge. And the way in which the bridge was designed in terms of having these railings designed in a way that when you're driving at a certain speed, the railings actually disappear and you see right through the railings. It's a visual experience. And so the whole thing is incredibly frustrating that this is what's happened. But as you heard from C. Monterey, as also people are stopping, and that's their experience of Big Sur, and they think they've arrived and they've come to Big Sur and they take a picture and then they go home. And so Big Sur businesses are taking a hit from this choke point as well. So I just really want to thank the presenters, thank the public commenters for at least providing the opportunity for us to have some more time, not create
let me rewind. When the Caltrans project is complete at Rocky Point, and you no longer have a stoplight in that location, the traffic is going to continue to come down the coast and go up the coast in a way that's no longer going to make it safe for people to run across the road at certain periods of time when the light was red, even the light that was just up the road. So it's actually going to be even more dangerous. And so, and it doesn't make sense to me to turn back the clock and turn back the clock on the achievements that we've made with this installation of the K-rail and with the jute over it. I think that what this will do is it will buy us some time to continue to work with the Coastal Commission and on a longer term solution. And so I just hope that my colleagues will support me. I'm not going to speak to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan because I think that it was very clear in the staff report where public safety plays a role in terms of ensuring that visitation and public safety and that nexus is met. And so, but if it comes up, we can talk more about that. So I'll just leave it there. It's been an extremely long day, probably could have been a bit clearer on this issue. But I would appreciate my colleagues supporting me in the extension of this temporary no parking so we have some time to continue to work on the issue and we don't lose the progress that's been made for residents and for the public that are visiting the area in terms of increased access in and out of Coast Highway, of the Old Coast Road, and the safety of our visitors and our residents. So thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Supervisor Alejo.
I'm going to support the motion today as well, and I want to thank our commander and our 20-year expert from the CHP who has worked that area. And I certainly want to recognize all the comments that were made by our residents and our visitor association. But I'm supporting it on a temporary basis, and I want to give another flip side to this. And I know we have our new Coastal Commission here. I want to speak and be a voice for all the visitors that we entice to come and visit our beautiful, pristine coast in Big Sur. I represented Big Sur in the State Assembly 4 out of my 6 years. A very beautiful part. It's God's country for sure. You're looking at a painting when you're standing on that edge, overlooking Bixby Bridge, not just a bridge, but just take a shot of the beautiful ocean. It's almost turquoise, emerald color when the sun is shining on it. I even took my 66 Mustang and took a beautiful photo right there on that edge as well. But when we talk about coastal access, it's not just being able to sit on the beach and enjoy it. It's also for a lot of low-income families, farm worker families, visitors from all walks of life, for that matter, who want to come and take that beautiful shot and see it for their own eyes, what a pristine coastline looks like. For those that have been there, like many of us, we've been there, done that. If you live nearby, you've seen it many times. But for those that haven't seen it, and want to be able to stand on that rock and overlook that water and look at that bridge, it's really an amazing experience. And unless you've done it, you don't know what it feels like. So I always say everything should be done in moderation. I can understand during the peak periods, the peak holiday seasons, where more restrictions and cones are more merited. But the times I would come with my family, it would be during the week when it was very slow. And in fact, I have some of my best memories. My father was terminally ill. We would do a coastal visit. We started at Big Sur and then go down to San Luis Obispo and Pismo and ended up in Santa Barbara County his last few years until he could. And I got the photos of standing there right off that beautiful view by overlooking Bixby with my dad. And for me, when I'm trying to humanize what it means to be able to stand there and what a special experience it is. And I know it would mean the same for so many other families that want to come by and also have the same similar experience. It's easy to say nobody else when we've all done it, but for those that haven't, I think it's a special experience, and it's a special part of our county, a special attraction for our county. From there out, we'd always stop at the River Inn. We stay at Pfeiffer State Park in the cabins, go visit Pfeiffer Beach. I mean, we did a lot of other things, but that was certainly one of the key stops for my family. And so I know we have our coastal commissioner here, but for Randy, what is the sense of the California Coastal Commission staff on this question? I know it's one thing when it's temporary. It's a different thing when we're looking at doing something more permanent.
Thank you very much for an excellent question, Supervisor Alejo. What staff would like to do is like to defer to Director Spencer for his experience most recently with the Coastal Commission staff.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Director Ishii. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I did work closely with Randy on this referral and did reach out to the Coastal Commission staff. They are amenable to working with us on this. They see the issue, the enjoyment of the coast and its degradation from overcrowding and overuse, and the trash and things that come with it. But like you were saying, they also will want to work with us on how to retain some appropriate level of parking and access for visitors, as many as we can accommodate within safe reason. So that's, I think, part of the discussions moving forward long term on what the solutions will be out there.
Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to find the balance. I recognize on those, when we do have a lot of traffic and a lot of visitors, it does pose a danger to pedestrians and to vehicles, and certainly a nuisance to the neighbors. But that's why I'm trying to just say, if there's a distinguishment when, during the week versus the weekends, peak periods versus periods during the year where it's not as big as it is at other times, and finding that right balance is hard, because to do some of these things, it requires people to go out there and set cones up or what have you. But I wanted to just encourage some more of that balance, because we didn't hear from the other side, and I think it's important that that be taken into account here. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, there was a motion and a second. I was unclear what the motion was. If someone could repeat that for me.
I believe it was to.
Was it my motion that I didn't really make, but I got a second? Was to go with the staff recommendation, and to extend the temporary no parking. And I just wanted to be really clear about what the staff recommendation is. It's not just to address what Supervisor Alejo was saying. There is still parking at this location. This is not a ban on parking at Bixby Bridge. So folks, with this temporary no parking, still 100% accessible. There's parking on Highway 1 where you would pull off if you were going to go look out and park on a day that wasn't crazy busy, so you could actually get there. That parking is still going to exist. This is on the Old Coast Road, which is a county road, and this temporary implementation has made it so folks can, one, no longer park where they were illegally parking, where it said no parking, and then the K-Rail extends that further deeper, so we didn't just create a problem further down the road. So this allows the residents, the public safety vehicles, anybody who needs to get in and out, to actually get in and out of a residential and the original Coast Highway road.
Okay, thank you for clarifying the motion. And just a comment, absolutely, there are some massive safety issues at that segment. I think the last time I drove down, not even on a busy weekend, but there was and granted, I knew to be cautious along that stretch of freeway. Someone just came to a complete stop in the middle of the road with barely any notice, effectively coming to an abrupt halt on the freeway. There's so many, I don't even know what the accident records are reportable records of accidents at that location are, but it's I can only imagine. So the need for both egress for those for trying to access their own properties and homes, that's an issue. But the safety issue for pedestrians and others trying to utilize the parking that exists there, there's a need for just all around evaluation of safety at that particular pullout, and how we're going to manage that overall, I think needs to be addressed on a much broader basis. So thank you.
And I'm looking at the staff report. It's not, I do need to clarify what the motion is. So the motion would be to continue the parking prohibition with physical barriers on Old Coast Road near Bixby Bridge beyond the completion of the repair work on Highway 1 at Rocky Creek.
Yeah, and Mr. Chow, would you say, I know there's 10 or so parking spots on the right side near on the coastal side, very limited, very little parking, and that's why even during a very low flow period of the year, 10 is very minimal for such a popular spot, and that's why I recognize that the other side of the street for years had always provided additional access to people, so. I did recognize that.
And there's parking on both sides of Highway 1. So again, though, this just to be clear that this isn't doing anything on the east side of Highway 1 either. This is what you're, I believe, saying as well, is it's the Old Coast Road.
I guess I got to go out there and visit and see a map. Yeah.
It's crazy still you'll get parking on both sides of the highway, and as much as I'd love this to address that as well, this is not addressing that. This is just the Old Coast Road.
All right, so my turn. I'll just share that I share the concerns about safety. I also share the concerns about access. While we were talking, I pulled up photos of my family at that spot we're not supposed to go to. It's one of those places that I share with friends from all around the world, and so it's hard to think that, we're going to make it harder for people to come visit this place. And I get the challenge that there's other places for folks to see, but this is a draw. It's part of what drives tourism to this market, part of what drives the lifeblood of Big Sur. We keep hearing from folks there where business is down 20%. We hear them, right? And this is a piece of that. And so obviously I'm supportive of the motion as made for today and look forward to the more engaged and longer conversation about a more permanent fix to this problem. But I hear all sides of this, and for me, I think we have to find a way to maintain as much access as possible for community at this point, given the iconic nature of this bridge and the fact that it is a draw for community. But clearly, I hear the concerns about safety, and I understand that that's something we're going to have to address as we go through a process to find a solution that works for everybody. So with that, we have a motion, second, and I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The motion carries. All right. With that, we're going to go to our CAO comments.
Just very brief comments today in recognition of our Department of Social Services and their great achievements. Our Department of Social Services is ranked number 9 out of the 47 child support agencies in the state in the 5 federal performance measures, which are paternity establishment, cases with support orders established, collections on current support, cases with collections on arrears, and cost effectiveness. In addition, they are ranked 3rd out of the 47 child support agencies in cost effectiveness. They have distributed $43.8 million in child support collections, and they're ranked number 1 out of the 14 medium-sized counties in child support collections. They have distributed an additional $1,083,360 to families as pass-through payments, which in the past would have been allocated back to the state. In addition, they've collected $299,902 utilizing the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974. And the staff has been using their collaborative negotiating skills to obtain 5 single large payments of $6,000, $19,345, $8,340, $8,248, and $9,400 $462, totaling $51,395, with all of these funds being sent directly to custodial parents. So just want to thank the work that's being done by all the child support team and trying to get additional resources to the families that most need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CAO. We're going to go to board comments next. Supervisor Askew.
Sure thing. Let's see here. We've got flag raising, pride flag raising ceremonies all over District 4. Salinas raised their flag early. It was Monday morning. Delray Oaks had a fantastic ceremony led by Councilmember John Uy at the same time that Marina had a flag raising ceremony. Seaside is coming up on Thursday, June 5th at 4 p.m. in front of City Hall. And I don't know if I missed anyone. MPC had theirs yesterday. So please join us and celebrate. And I'm sure there's more to share, but that's what
Soledad had theirs yesterday.
Soledad, yeah. So, and if your city hasn't had one, please do check in with one of your city council members. Ours are up in all of our city parks. Our county parks. Thank you, Brian Flores, for the pictures. Beautiful. And we always get a nice message from someone in the community that sees it, and it's always a powerful reminder for someone who reaches out and says, wow, this really was meaningful in a way that is always surprising. So I do just want to acknowledge how meaningful, and I know it's extra work for our facilities team, but thank you for taking the extra steps. It does make a difference. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. As was stated by one of our public speakers earlier, we had a beautiful ceremony whose names I mentioned at our last meeting for fallen veterans, fallen heroes who died in the war, 2 in the war in Iraq, 2 in the war in Afghanistan, and then one who had died in the special operations in, I forget the name of the country, but 5 veterans and 4 of the 5 veterans' families were present, so it was a beautiful ceremony. I did want to just announce that we were contacted by former police chiefs and former leadership of the Wasson Police Department, because there was one more veteran who we haven't honored, Victor Gonzalez of Pajaro, and Supervisor Church's staff got in touch with me. So we hope that next year legislation could be carried, and that hopefully we have some money left, or we'll raise money to make sure we take care of our last soldier, to leave no soldier behind. And so I've reached out to Dominic and Assembly Speaker Rivas' office and to Tony Verretta. So I'm committed to getting that last honor done for Victor Gonzalez, who was a cadet for the Watsonville Police Department. And I did also just want to, we got some good news recently. The Trump administration withdrew his list that was calling out sanctuary jurisdictions. I think they were on legally shaky ground. I know the governor was moving to try to ask that all the state and all our counties and cities be removed, because there is no legal definition of what a sanctuary jurisdiction is. Some local governments have declared themselves. We haven't done that. We declared ourselves a welcoming county, and other cities and counties that were listed didn't either. So I just think it was used to try to intimidate local governments to cooperate on immigration enforcement. But I'm glad they did the right thing in removing it after the sheriff's associations nationally called out that list. Last thing I wanted to just say, we had one of our young athletes from North Salinas High win a state championship. Miss Adams, but unfortunately, for celebrating her win after her many years of hard work and her hard training, they stripped her of that title. It was a call by the refs, but there's no precedent in over 20 years that anybody was stripped of a state championship title for simply over celebrating their victory. And as we all know, our young people work so hard that sometimes their emotions, they want to celebrate because they had overcome a lot of barriers just to reach the peak in their athletic career. And she's only a sophomore, and I know she has a lot more ahead of her. So I just wanted to say I'm coming out supporting her and her family, her father, and I'll write a letter to the director of the CIF girls track and field championship, so I urge them to do the same, to reinstate her win. It was clear she won it fair and square. She shouldn't be punished only for celebrating in a way that the refs disagreed with. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Church.
Let me know about that letter going out too. I'm happy to sign on to it as well, Supervisor Alejo. Also, let's see here. It's do want to point out that let's get this Saturday is a inaugural Salinas Day at the train station, which is, for everybody who knows that, in the heart of Salinas, and is actually part of District 2, not District 1, not District 4. There'll be there'll be free tours of the first Mayor's House or Railway Museum. Also, you'll be able to go into other supervisorial districts, like in Old Town. There'll be events. Free admission to the Steinbeck Center, food vendors, entertainment from 10 to 2. It'll celebrate Salinas history and the community and the beauty of the city, with the community resource fair. There is also a where is my notes on this? On Saturday, a community drop-off at Aromas Grange for big, large, bulky items. That is from 8 to 10:30. And tomorrow evening between 5:30 and 7, at the Moss Landing Marine Labs, I'm holding my Moss Landing Town Hall, and no, it is not just on the batteries, as people seem to be talking about. It's the regular town hall go to, but I'm sure we'll be talking mainly about batteries.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Monday and the Memorial Day events. I did get to go to 3 events on Monday. The first at the Veterans Cemetery, and the second was the Monterey Pops Memorial Day concert on Colton Hall lawn, and the third was the highway sign ceremony. And just really did want to extend my thanks to Supervisor Alejo. That was a very special event, and I was glad that I was able to attend, and it was very meaningful. And I'm looking forward to seeing those signs and following through on the request from those families to just recognize their children, their family members' names every time we see it, to say their names. So that was a really special day. This week I also did visit the Monterey City Council. They had on their agenda the painting of a sidewalk, a rainbow crosswalk, not sidewalk, crosswalk. And that item actually was continued, and it's happening tonight. It's probably already started. I think the council starts at 4, where they'll be bringing it up again, whether or not to support a rainbow-colored sidewalk in one location in the city of Monterey in recognition of both this month and in support of our LGBTQ plus family in the city of Monterey, and guests and visitors as well. On Friday, I was able to attend the John Spadaro dinner, and I will say, if anyone's ever had the opportunity to go to that event, it was their hospitality awards. And having grown up in this area in Monterey County, in particular in District 5, you know, to hear about all of these and to recognize all of these real old timers in our hospitality industry and our restaurant industry, and recognizing folks that will, you know, that brought so much to our region through good food and restaurants, that probably today would never be able to do what they did, you know, in the way that they did it. And so Lifetime Achievement Awards were Mary Chamberlain, Walter Joris, and Rachel Zepeda. Zepeda's Mexican restaurant was one of my favorites growing up. And we also had the honorees, several honorees, Kui Makui, Annie Newby, Rosalba Perez, and the Humanitarian Award went to Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula. I did get to go yesterday to the PG Pride flag raising, which was super cool. I'm glad I got to fit that in because it was just, I almost missed it, and it was a wonderful experience. And 2 community meetings this week. Pebble Beach community meeting. It's going to be on home hardening and wildfire risk reduction. And then I'm going to meet for the first time with the 4th edition community near the Carmel Lagoon. And I'm looking forward to both of those community meetings. And that's what I've got.
All right. Thank you. Also supportive, Supervisor Alejo, on that letter. If you want to go, we're at a board meeting. I'm just saying, I'm generally supportive. Do what you need to do. So I'll start with the South County Youth Summit, yeah. So South County Youth Summit took place a little over a week ago. I want to thank all of our South County youth. That's all the South County youth councils who came together to put on one large summit in the city of Greenfield. The speakers, press secretary was the main speaker, so it was a great event to have down in Greenfield, and want to thank everybody who made that possible. Also calling out Memorial Day, want to thank all of the people who made the different opportunities in South County possible. There was an event in every single town, including King City and Greenfield, where I was able to speak at both, and then Soledad and Gonzales at the cemeteries, where they called out the names of those who'd been lost. And so it was very moving tributes, and want to thank everybody who continued to keep those names alive. This Saturday, I want to thank Supervisor Daniels, who made a stop by our King City Plaza grand opening on her way to Paso. So we had opened the little placita right there on Broadway next to Hestia's Coffee, and there's a new cultural center there as well. That project took many years to 1 block down from Cork and Plow, but very beautiful little placita in the traditional style with wind sculptures, interactive art, and just a beautiful place for community to make their own. So I want to thank the City of King for taking the lead on that project. Proud to be a partner on that one. Also want to state that yesterday it was an honor to be at the Soledad flag raising with the mayor and the city council, where we raised the pride flag over the city of Soledad, the only South County city that raises the flag so far, but great start. And then want to share that this Friday, I'll be a speaker at a breakfast in Monterey, so requesting permission to enter D5. As part of that, it'll be in partnership with the Chamber, working with Norm Groot, who's going to lead a panel on the future of agriculture. So appreciate the opportunity to be part of that panel. From there, I'm going to go to the Monterey Airport, where there's some sort of groundbreaking or something on a new terminal. So going to be there Friday morning. So double permission request to enter District 5. Oh, is that in District 4? Is it right on the line? Okay, we'll fight over that. Good. All right. Requesting permission from both. I'm not hearing any pushback. So coming back to District 3, want to share that Real Rock Brewery is having their grand opening on Thursday in Soledad. Very excited to go out there and recognize their efforts. Tomorrow night, we'll be having our King City listening session with an ATP kickoff as well at the Hartnell campus in King City at 6 p.m. And then lastly, I want to share that tonight, right now, in fact, at 4 p.m. it started, our King City High School girls won the CCS title, and they're starting their path to win state, in which they were so good they got the home field advantage. So that game is taking place in King City tonight, where the wind definitely gives a home field advantage. So I want to wish our girls luck as they go after that state title now. We're very proud of them. And then I do want to have one final, I know I didn't do it at the top, but an adjourn in memory. When one of my favorite teachers of all time was Professor Joe Iwan at King City High, who taught Spanish for well over 25 years. I recently learned that he passed, and I want to share that he came to us at the county to build his dream home, and he just finished it maybe 6 months ago, and he recently passed in his sleep in that home. So it shook me a little bit to lose him, but I also thought about how grateful I was to have been able to help him complete the home of his dreams and on the property he always wanted, and how lucky we all are to have had him in our lives. He drove around town in a little yellow Miata, so you could never miss him, always with the top down, even in bad weather, and you could always find him at Starbucks picking up his morning coffee. It was his routine, even in retirement, with the Chicago Cubs hat on. A very special person to the community, and so just want to share that he'll be missed. And with that, I'll go to council to see if we have anything to report out of closed.
There's no reportable action.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
I just want to remind all our colleagues here and the public that next Tuesday we expect a very packed Board of Supervisors meeting because we have our special guest from California Rural Legal Assistance, and I believe Kate Daniels' father is going to join us, who used to work for California Rural Legal Assistance. We also are honoring Los Tigres del Norte, a very popular Mexican regional music group, and also Luis Valdez, filmmaker, author, and playwright. We'll all be here, so we're going to have overflow in the lobby, outside, and then in the Monterey room. But we're also encouraging the public, they could watch from home on Zoom, YouTube, or our Facebook county page. So Nick Pascoli has been doing a good job by trying to get that info out for folks but there is limited space in here. It's on a first come, first served basis. Otherwise, everybody will have to be viewing from outside or upstairs or from home. Thank you.
So the truth is, Kate's dad is just a really big Tigres del Norte fan. That's why he's going to be here. But no,
If he's not one, he's going to become one.
So yes, if you want seats, get here early. We'll see you all next week. Thank you.